We're live.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to call to order our Tuesday, February the 2nd, 2021 school board meeting, which we are sharing in a virtual way. Allow me to please read the following. During a disaster, the Code of Virginia and the governor's April the 2020 budget amendments, there is an allowance in policy making boards able to meet virtually during emergency declaration, allowing governing bodies of localities and other public entities to conduct their meetings in manners which are consistent with providing continuity of government and in a safe and healthy manner, and for the public safety, health, and welfare for the governing body and all attendees, interested parties, consistent with open government. Any public body may meet by electronic communication means without a quorum of the public body physically assembled at one location when the governor has declared a state of emergency in accordance with Virginia Code Section 44-146.17, provided that 1, the catastrophic nature of the declared emergency makes it impracticable or unsafe to assemble a quorum in a single location, and 2, the purpose of the meeting is to address the emergency. City Council readopted on January the 12th, 2021, a continuity of government ordinance that allows City Council and the city's authorities, boards, commissions to hold electronic meetings in appropriate situations so long as alternative arrangements are made for public access to such meetings. This specific electronic participation meeting is an electronic meeting with a specific purpose to address the items that are so stated as it is related to in light of COVID-19. And the only business that will be conducted today is conducted in light of that reality. We are using Zoom, and an audio and video recording is being made of the meeting and will be available on the LCS website. Notice of the meeting was given yesterday in accordance with policy BDB of meetings that need to take place. As we are going through the meeting, board members can identify yourselves where necessary prior to speaking, and votes will take place tonight by roll call and recorded in the minutes. If for some reason you have to leave, please state so, and return, please state so that it might be noted in the attendance. Is there any question by any board member of the process and the legitimacy of having this electronic meeting tonight? Hearing none, we will now ask the board, if you will, for item B, 1, the approval of the agenda. The agenda is before you, has been featured on board docs, and you should have it before you. And I would like a motion at this time to approve the agenda that is before you. Is there such a motion by any board member?
I make that motion.
Dr. Gupta makes the motion that we approve the agenda. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Seconded by Dr. Brennan. Any further questions or discussion? We'll now vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Then the motion carries. Even though you may or may not have a flag where you are, I'm going to ask you to safely either stand or remain seated if that's going to keep you safe, so that we can now share in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you all for that. Thank you so much. At this time, we will now move to item C1, which is a special presentation. And I do want to say to the board, yesterday, I had the opportunity to share in a federal relations discussion. And both of our United States senators said to the Virginia group gathered that school board members serving during this COVID-19 pandemic should be given a special place in heaven. And so each of you, thank you for what you do. And I believe our superintendent now will entertain us in a very special presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. So the month of February marks the annual observance of School Board Appreciation Month. The Virginia School Boards Association established this in 1989 to encourage public recognition of the roles and responsibilities of school board members and to highlight the importance of public education throughout the Commonwealth. This year's theme is 115 years of providing leadership, advocacy, and support. And this reflects the top priority of local board members as they advocate for public education with local, state, and federal leaders on behalf of all of our students. Normally, we have this wonderful celebration. So since we are in the Zoomerverse, we are going to postpone our physical celebration until we get to our work session in 2 weeks so that we can thoroughly honor this board for their tremendous amount of advocacy, support, and leadership, and never mind the hundreds of hours that they spend dedicated in service to the students, the staff, the families of Lynchburg City Schools. So on behalf of Lynchburg City School and Men team and the entire school division, we'd like to just thank you all for your tireless support and efforts to support our students and our families. And we look forward to lavishing you in 2 weeks with wonderful tokens of appreciation, not only from the administration, but we have some special things from our schools and our students that you are so deserving of. So once again, just on behalf of Lynchburg City Schools, just like to say thank you and how much we appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Edwards. We appreciate that very much. Very, very kind of you. And to each board member, as chair, it's just marvelous to see each of you in action, the countless number of hours. So it is so very appreciated. And we met on January the 12th, January the 19th, January the 26th, and again, February the 2nd. That's 4 Tuesdays in a row. Hats off to each of you. We will now go to item D1 in our agenda for tonight's meeting, which is public comments. And we do want the public to know again from our last meeting that we back into allowing in-person public comments, and in light of tonight's need for a virtual meeting, we have upgraded our ability to be able to assist that process being facilitated appropriately. And so tonight we will have our public comment section. We have so many persons that would like to share with us tonight. And we do want you to know that we have 30 minutes allocated for this time period. And it is not because we wouldn't want to hear you or we're trying to be rude. We would just need to shut this down at the end of 30 minutes, and all comments that may not have been read will certainly be forwarded to every board member that your input can be appreciated. And so with that in mind, in accordance with policy BDDH, public participation, the school board welcomes requests and comments as established in the guidelines within this policy and is modified to comply with the governor's state of emergency. Persons or groups wishing to address the school board may do so by choosing one of the following. Number one, send a written comment to the school board clerk at daytp@lcsedu.net. Statements will be read during the public comment section of the school board meeting. Number two, leave a voice message on the school board's clerk phone line at 434-515-5077. Message will be played during the public comment section of the school board meeting. Or number three, address the board in person during the public meeting. Written statements and or voice messages should include the name of the person submitting the comment, the subject of his or her remarks, and be limited to 3 minutes per individual and 5 minutes per group. All written statements and or voice messages must be received no later than 2 hours prior to the start of the meeting. Persons desiring to address the school board shall submit an advance request in writing to the superintendent no later than 12 noon on the Wednesday preceding the regular board meeting, or by signing the public comment form, which shall be available to the public 15 minutes before the meeting starts when we're in person. Each person requesting to speak shall identify the subject as we have already identified. Due to limited seating in our more in-person board meetings, we are encouraging persons to abide by those appropriate protocols. And so at this time, individuals that would like to speak will have 3 minutes and a group will have 5. I'm going to go through those who would like to join us in person virtually, if you will. And then after those persons with time left, I'm going to ask Dr. Brennan to please share any of the written comments that we can get to. Our first speaker for tonight virtually for our school board meeting is Jasmine Ford.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Jasmine.
Hi.
Go right ahead and give your comment when you're ready.
Well, I'm a student at EC Glass High School. I'm special needs. And the only reason I wanted to comment is because I've seen things on the internet from the news about screen time for students. But my mom has told me that the screen time issue was mostly for gaming and things like that. But I also know that screen time for students, because of them doing work virtually like I'm doing every day, they also say on the news that people that do screen time have a lot of issues with it can affect your eyes and your brain some. And I was just wondering if that was an issue for me or for anybody else that's doing school virtually. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jasmine. We appreciate all of our students for sharing, and please know that each board member will take under advisement what you've shared and look into the matter. Thank you so much.
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
This is Amy Pugh. I'm just going to say Jasmine was the only person that was present for those that signed up to speak at this point. And so if you all want to move on to read those that were sent in via email, and if there were any that were sent by phone message.
Thank you, Amy, for alerting me of that. And so for the record, Kelly Portnoy and the others who are listed here, we will move on beyond that since Jasmine is the only one present and ready to go at this time. And so with that in mind, Dr. Brennan, if you could please begin to read what you have. And after Dr. Brennan has read the written comments he has, our school board clerk, Tina Day, will read the remainder of those written public comments.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Can Dr. Coleman, the school board members hear me adequately?
Yes.
Thank you. So my first email is from Jeffrey Wooters, and Jeffrey writes, "My name is Jeffrey Hooters. I am a junior at EC Glass High School. While scrolling through Instagram the other night, I was concerned to see a picture of the EC Glass JV basketball team competing against LCA. My understanding of the current sports situation is that exclusively remote learners are still allowed to participate on sports teams. Conversely, students in EC Glass band and orchestra classes are not allowed to gather in person to practice or perform, regardless of their learning status. Additionally, forensics events have gone completely virtual instead of the in-person events held in previous years. I will note that forensics is governed by the same VHSL regulations as our sports teams. I feel that this creates a double standard between the two groups, as our school's arts programs seem to be more negatively affected by COVID-19 than our sports programs. I feel that if we are able to social distance and wear masks, which we would, we should be allowed to meet and perform like sports teams currently do. Additionally, I am also concerned to see that none of the basketball players were wearing masks. As you all know, the CDC recommends the use of facial coverings while in contact with others to reduce viral spread. In fact, even among those wearing masks in the audience, several had their noses visible or wore their mask on their chins or necks. Furthermore, by virtue of the sport, the players were not socially distanced. While it's my understanding that all the players are screened and trained in COVID-19 safety protocol, players could carry the virus without even knowing it, or could have been exposed without yet testing positive. Cases in the community continue to increase drastically, so I am concerned about viral spread resulting from sports events. Sports and arts ought to be treated equally and fairly to ensure maximum safety while maintaining the excellent quality and accessibility of each of our schools' programs. And that is from Jeffrey.
All right, this is Tina, the school board clerk. Can everyone hear me? I have 3 to read. The first one will be from Matthew Lee Granell. His question is, what is the status of planning to return to full in-classroom learning following Governor Northam's mid-January directive to develop plans to reopen schools? The second one I have to read is from Innovate Lynchburg, and they have 5 questions. When will Lynchburg City Schools implement Canvas, a learning management system that is provided by the state? Are you aware that this is available? Number 2, there was a report that came out in the news that students were failing due to virtual learning. Yet it is stated by the assistant superintendent that it was because students were turning in assignments. What is the actual number of students? Why have teachers, administrators, counselors not contacted parents, or have they? Number 3, it has also been stated that Lynchburg City Schools teachers were to provide no individual instructions to kids when using Zoom. In short, they cannot answer questions or help in any way other than steer the child back to their Chromebook. Why bother coming to school? Number 4, why did the board not apply for the free T-Mobile 10 million program that would provide free internet to any student in need? Number 5, attendance records show that they are way down and D's and F's were up to 66%. All kids had to do was log in and answer a social fill-in question and they were counted present. Is this correct? And the last one I have is from Zachary Green. The topic is concerns on the VDOE model policies for the treatment of transgender students in Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen of the Lynchburg City School Board, thank you for the opportunity to share with you some concerns I have for the students and employees of Lynchburg City Schools. My intention is this written public comment is to oppose the implementation of significant portions of the model policies and to request that the board, at a minimum, schedule a public hearing dedicated to the hearing of public comments on the model policies. The model policy contains concerned elements that would negatively affect both students and employees in Lynchburg City Schools. These concerning elements include both the allowance of students to use bathrooms coinciding with our consistently asserted gender identity and the requirement that school employees refer to transgender students by their asserted pronouns. I believe these policies violate God's created order, endanger students, and endanger the religious liberty of Lynchburg City School employees. First, I believe that these policies violate God's created order as revealed in his word, the Bible, because God is the creator that knows his created being before they even are conceived. He alone determines if someone is male or female. He has given us physical characteristics such as sex organs that identify the reality of a person's being, either male or female. Schools should educate students about scientific relatives rather than assist them in the denial of the scientific relative. While I understand that you may disagree with the religious concern presented here, I believe my next two concerns are worthy of consideration on their own merits. Schools, I believe these policies endanger students because of they allow opportunity for abuse by students who do not actually view themselves as transgender. A biological male who holds the male identity will be able to lie and consistently assert that he is a female in order to enter the women's restroom. The consequence of this abuse could range from embarrassment on the part of a young woman in the restroom to sexual assault. Third, I believe that the model policies endanger the religious liberty of Lynchburg City Schools employees. Those Christians who believe that they are using transgender students' asserted pronouns with participation in a lie would have no acceptable recourse but to refuse to use those pronouns less protected under the Virginia Bill of Rights in the non-discriminator statement in Section G of the LCSB Policy Manual. For this reason, I believe certain components of the model policies are discriminatory and unconstitutional. With those concerns in mind, I ask that you consider the many implications of these policies before adopting them. I also request that you schedule a public hearing dedicated to the hearing the viewpoints of those in Lynchburg community on this topic. The hearing could be similar to the Second Amendment sanctuary hearing held by the City Council at Easy Glass in January of 2020. The numerous public comments on the model policies found on the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall website indicate that this issue is very controversial and the community stakeholders would value and benefit for such a hearing. Thank you for your consideration to this matter and for allowing me to express my concerns.
Thank you to our clerk and to our vice chair for reading those written public comments. And unless Dr. Brennan or Clerk Day have further comments, we will conclude. I don't believe we had any voice message for tonight's meeting. So we do want to thank each person for sharing with us. As you can see, our board values public comments, and we're grateful for every written and or in-person virtual presentation tonight. Thank you so much. This will now move us to our next item on our agenda, which would be item E1, which is December the 31st, 2020 finance report. And Dr. Edwards, if you could call on our able person for that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Coleman. And we have with us our CFO, Ms. Kim Lakanich, who is going to go over our monthly financial report.
Good evening. As Dr. Coleman said, I'm presenting the December 31st, 2020 financial report. The operating budget is as it was in November. It is the adopted plus the prior year purchase orders and then the fund balance return. And so the adjusted budget has remained at the $101,886,769.97. The revenue received to date, we have received 39.61%. The expenditures to date are 40.97%. The expenditures, including the encumbrances, we are at 85.06%. I have provided the detailed revenue and expenditure reports if you have any questions. I have also updated the CARES funding summary sheet. That is the list of 6 different items. Not one of them we do not have funding on. It was but the number 2 and number 5 item on that sheet. I just wanted to point out that both of those are now 100% spent, and that was the city's CARES funds that they had allocated to the school division, as well as our CRF funds. So our next group of funding that we are looking at, they're still spending the gears, and the gears is going for the mobile hotspots, disinfectants, face shields. There's different categories, but that was a competitive grant. So they are still implementing that. We have till September 30th of 2022 to spend those funds. The 2 large set of funds are your item number 1 and item number 6. And item number 1 is the one that we have received some time ago, and that was the 2.5. That was our portion of the CARES funds, and that was referred to as the ESSER. And that was part of the $13.2 billion that was package that was given to the schools. And the newest set, which is under your number 6, is referred to as ESSER 2. And that is the $12.6 million that's been allocated to us. And that's part of a $54.3 billion award to the school divisions. So at this time, we have not spent in those areas, but we are having those meetings and working with our grant person to set those applications. Do you have any questions?
Any board member, a question for Ms. Laconich? I'm looking very carefully. Right now, I don't see any board member with a question or regarding. Dr.
I have a question.
Go right ahead, Dr. Nilles.
Trying to figure out how to raise my hand and not doing well, so I'll just talk. At what point do you start trying to guesstimate, it's pretty early in the year, what the fund balance might be for the current fiscal year?
We've already started that process. It's an ongoing process because we look at the savings that we received from people being hired that came in making less than the people that had left, or in case of this year, the delay in in hiring some of the positions. While we are monitoring it, and we've been having discussions with the schools to make sure, honestly, I think everyone was a little bit gun shy to sort of do the spending, not knowing about the hold harmless. And now that we've received that information and our sales tax is still holding strong, we have been having meetings with the schools saying it's okay to go ahead and spend those funds, get what you need. We also have the mid-year compensation adjustment that will be going into February. And so we want to capture those actuals, and then we'll reassess again. But those are an ongoing conversation that we have been having.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles, for your statement. Any other board member with any other questions for Ms. Laconich for this informational item? All right, it appears that there are no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Laconich, very much for your fine ongoing work. Thank you so much. We will now move board to our next item of the agenda, which will be F 1 through 6. Consent agenda, of course, as usual, anything can be pulled, but this is for action. And we have tonight the school board meeting minutes from December the 14th, school board work session minutes from December the 15th, school board meeting minutes from January the 12th, human resources report, human resource report addendum, and then we have instruction and program policy updates, which is F6. All right, that is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Sharon Carter, and I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Been moved by Dr. Carter. Is there a second? All right, I see Dr. Gupta raising his hand. And so Dr. Gupta will second that motion to approve the consent agenda. Any further questions or discussion? And I do want to give you time if you're trying to navigate, so that's why I'm pausing. I don't want to go ahead of anybody who needs to say something. So if that is so, we'll just go back. But hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries and our consent agenda has been approved. Now we will move to item G. And item G is what makes our strategic plan, our comprehensive plan, everything that we are doing matters. And those two student representatives have been doing a fine job. And so we're going to hear tonight first from Grayson Arnold, a student representative from Heritage High School, followed by Jaden Scott, student representative from EC Glass High School, in that order.
Hi guys, I just need to do screen share real quick, so just give me 1 moment, please. Okay, so I just want to say hello and welcome. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. So, here's the heritage presentation for the school board meeting. So I wanted to start with the previous events that have already happened And so our first event was Building Your Network. And this was catered to alumni who had graduated Heritage from 2012 to 2020, to 2020. And this event was a virtual event that allowed prior students to be able to get connected with some businesses in Lynchburg. So that was really cool and a good way to help them get out in the world and get some good networking going. So next is the inauguration party, the virtual inauguration party. Our chorus and color guard team made a video to put in the inauguration. So I'll just let this play for a little bit and then I'll continue talking. But so I just wanted to shout them out real quick because they did an amazing job. They did it in 2 days where they learned the choreography, the song, and got it all together and recorded. So shout out to them because it was beautiful and they really just wanted to do it to show the diversity of Heritage as now we have a nice diverse government. So yeah. And then we had a career and education panel, another one of the panels of college knowledge panels presented by Beacon of Hope. And this one was for education, and it allowed students to be able to talk to educators from all different sides, like college, high school, middle school, all sorts of different positions. And they were able to ask questions and get some good information from that. So now these are some upcoming events at Heritage. So PSAT, SAT, and ACT preparation. It is very good that we're able to do these virtually, and they're very helpful. I've done a couple of the classes myself, and they're tremendous. So there's 2 more sessions for the ACT, Wednesday and Friday. Those will be the last preparations, like preparation Zoom calls. And then from February 5th to March 10th, SAT prep will begin, and that'll be good. They happen Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. And it takes an hour and a half, but I promise it doesn't feel like it takes that long. And it's just really good for students to get that prep in because those SATs are killer. But on to the next. So FAFSA and Beacon of Hope scholarship workshops. So the next 2 events are Wednesday the 10th and the 24th, I believe. And this event is to help students, specifically seniors, complete their FAFSA and complete the Commonwealth app and the Stay Close, Go Far scholarship applications. And they're both wonderful opportunities to get some free money to get a better higher education. And another panel continuing the college knowledge panel series that Beacon of Hope is putting on. This is the high demands for trade. And this one is for people who are interested in plumbing and welding and electrical type stuff. And that event is February 8th. So this upcoming Monday at 12 p.m. And now is Pioneer Achievements. So Dr. Tayson Bell is an alumni. He graduated in 2001, and he is honestly amazing. He had a news article written about him. I think it was on WSET, but that his mom sent in to Mr. Beatty and Miss Lipscomb. But he is truly amazing. He's out there like fighting COVID on the front lines. And he was just awarded the Outstanding Faculty Award presented by the State Council of Higher Education, which is like one of the highest awards you can get in Virginia. But he is truly amazing. Like, he's the director of the ICU unit, or the intensive care unit at UVA, and he's just doing great things. And hopefully I'll be able to schedule a time so I can interview him, which is I'm very, very, very excited about. But next, I'd like to highlight Jubilee, St. Fleur, and Trent Carolasia. So Cadet First Lieutenant Jubilee and Cadet Major Trent Carolasia, they are just, they're doing great with the JROTC program. As you can see, they have pretty high rankings, and they were nominated. They were nominated for the Lynchburg Optimism Club, I believe. Yeah, the Optimism Club. And this club is really just focuses on bringing the good out of the kids. And Trent and Julie are amazing. They really I think I was able to read the recommendation sent, and Julie, she was said to be like, she is a working woman. Like, she is going to get what she needs to get done, and she's going to do what she needs to do. And same for Trent. So it's just good to have these awesome pioneers to present. And then Jacoby Lambert. Jacoby is one of my good friends, and he just scored his 1,000th point this past week. So I just wanted to shout him out real quick and say congratulations. And then Taya Blake and Alasia Oaks. They are some track stars right here. So Taya and Alasia were acknowledged on Milestat, which is like the national, like it's a website, but it's the national rankings, and they always put out different articles and stuff. But Alasia and Taya were recognized for being for their combined scores. So Alasia is ranked 6th with her combined score from triple jump and long jump, and Taya is ranked 35, which is it is hard. I love watching them at practice. They work so hard, and they definitely deserve those places. And then now Pioneer Athletics. So here we have just some pictures from wrestling. I think those pictures, like the ones around here, those are from like last night, I believe. And we have, Ravine and a couple other of our pioneers wrestling. And now girls basketball. And here we have the girls basketball shooting it up, living it up. We have April, Hillary, Aaliyah, all sorts of people just doing great things with girls basketball. And now we have boys basketball. Again, we have Jacoby, and we have Sean and Tramil. We just have all of these great pioneers putting in that work. And now we have basketball cheer. They were so excited to take these pictures, and Miss Renee was too. Shout out to Miss Renee, because she takes the best pictures from Heritage. For Heritage. But here's just some of the pictures that she was able to capture. And then track. Oh, I love track. But yes, we have all sorts of different pictures, and I meant to put this in the slide, but I forgot. Zach Steele, Deuce Crawford, Kenneth Crawford, sorry, we call him Deuce, and Jaleel Carthorne, and maybe one, and then Jake. They have the top 4 in the 55, like the top 4 times in the 55. Which is amazing in the state right now in 3A. So that's pretty cool. And then, we have some of our throwers right there. We have JJ Morris. We have our jumpers, runners, all sorts of stuff. So that's really good. And then this was senior night. So far, we've only had 2 senior nights, track senior night and girls basketball. Boys basketball is coming up soon, and along with the other ones. But yeah, so these are just some pictures that we were able to capture. And so I put this page in specifically because of the Instagram that's listed. It's the Heritage HS yearbook, and our Heritage yearbook staff decided they wanted to make an Instagram so that this way they can interact with the students and really get their input on different things, since we're kind of virtual and remote type thing going on. So they wanted to do this so that way they could capture. So every day they post a question and they ask like different things just to get some feedback and some good information. And then right here, we have the different classrooms that the Beacon of Hope teamed up with Heritage to make. And they go by grade. And I really just wanted to include this because the Beacon of Hope puts so many great opportunities out there for students, and I feel like it'd be really good for them to, make sure they're in those classrooms to receive those opportunities. And then, of course, we have the Heritage High School Facebook page, where we put out a lot of information as the month goes on, and then our Twitter too. And I just wanted to say thank you as we're approaching National School Counselors Week. I just wanted to say thank you to Miss Hester, Miss Baker, Miss Beckles, Miss Davis, Miss Andrew, Mr. Cheshire, Miss Hunt, Mr. Cohen, and Miss Smith. They are truly a great team of counselors and scholarship coordinators, and they're just amazing. And they really put their love out there to the students and their energy, and they are beyond helpful when it comes to any questions that you may have. So shout out to them, and thank you so much for all of the wonderful work you do. And then it is School Board Appreciation Month, and I wanted to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart, because I know these decisions are not easy. It's very tough, and y'all are doing amazing to be thrown a year like this and to create all of these amazing triumphs, to have athletes excelling, and have color guard and course to be able to make videos to put into the inauguration parade. Like, we're really doing the thing here at Lynchburg City Schools, and it's not, you are putting the work in to allow us to be able to do it. So we just wanted to say thank you so much. And I believe that's it. So yeah.
Well, Grayson, thank you so much. You are a true ambassador for Lynchburg City Schools. So well put together and heartfelt your thoughts about the board. Thank you, Grayson. We really appreciate it. And now we'll hear from Jaden Scott.
Hi, y'all. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see. Okay, y'all can see the board and everything? Yeah. Okay. Great. So first, I wanted to recognize EC Glass because they were the first site in the area to host the round of vaccines for COVID. So we had a bunch of people coming in, getting their vaccines. And we also just wanted to let y'all know that we're going to continue the vaccinations as long as we have the supplies. We're gonna keep on doing that. And so then we have the Martin Luther King essay competition. So this is an annual essay contest that's been going on for quite a few years now. It took place last month, and students were asked to give their perspective on Dr. King's quote, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice anywhere." And Glass is overjoyed to announce that not only one of our students, but two of our students have placed for the contest, and that was Dylan Mayang and Nadia Sneed. Dylan is a senior and Nadia is a junior. And so we wanted to extend a congratulations to them. And Dylan, I think first place won like $750, and then second place won $500. So that was a big accomplishment for them. And then next, we also want to recognize our counseling staff for the National Counseling Week. This year has been crazy. I probably say it every time I come up here, but this year has been it's been very unique, probably one of a kind, probably never have a year like this again. But, well, I hope. But we want to say thank you to all of our counseling staff because it has been a crazy time trying to get schedules done, trying to figure out how to put everybody into one class or figuring out Zoom conferences with everybody. So we want to say thank you to our counselors because without them, we wouldn't have students at our school, we wouldn't have students enrolled. So we really can't be here without them. So thank you to each and every one of you guys. And then we have our winter sports. They are also in full swing. We have track going on, wrestling, basketball. And so our JV boys and our varsity boys, they've been playing as well as our girls basketball. And then our swim team, as of right now, 17 of our swimmers have already qualified for regionals. So we wanted to say congratulations to all of them. That's an amazing, amazing accomplishment. And we hope that they'll be there and do well. And just a reminder for fans, they can use the Seminole District website to see the most accurate schedules for the season, for any season, whether it's swim or basketball, just so y'all can keep up with who's playing who or what's going on next. And then our Scholastic Bowl, I'm actually super excited to say this part because I have classes with half of these guys. So to see that they're doing this good, they're currently undefeated right now, our Scholastic Bowl team. And so despite having online practice and having competitions virtually, they have still managed to remain undefeated. And I feel like that's a huge accomplishment because this is new for everybody. So to be able to do this, I think that that's amazing. And then, yes, it is School Board Recognition Month. So we do want to say thank you to you all for all that you guys do, because honestly, I probably say it again every meeting, this is a lot of work, you guys. Like, y'all make decisions. Some people hate them, some people love them. It's always something, but you guys keep going. And the fact that you're able to do what you think is best for all of us and be able to make these hard decisions, because I know I'm indecisive as is. So making decisions for such a large amount of students and staff and faculty, I couldn't do it. So I'm glad that there are people like you guys that are willing to take the challenge and be able to do this stuff for us. It does not go unnoticed. You guys are definitely appreciated. And just some last minute important things to take away. We do have our Google Classroom codes. I do want to say thank you to Grayson, because while she was finding stuff for her presentation, she was finding stuff for my presentation, she actually sent me these Google Classroom codes from Glass. So for our seniors, we have the classroom code from Beacon of Hope, as well as juniors, sophomores, and freshmen. And I think it's really important that everybody joins one of these because they post so many things in the Google Classroom. Just this week, I'm pretty sure it was like 3 scholarship offers already just in the junior classroom code. So I know that seniors could use that for sure. And then they also host like webinar events talking about different career paths. So there's always something there. And I think that that's super important to get on, as well as free peer tutoring. Like I said, it's a different year, new things are going on. We don't really know how to operate. Yes, it's second semester, so we're getting better, but there's always a need for tutoring. There's always, maybe want to double check, I don't know. And it's free, so I would do it. And then we have curbside pickup for our library. You can go Monday or Thursday from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And then also, I tried to incorporate a lot of important things in these presentations, but I can't get them all. So for the rest of the announcements, they're on the EC Glass webpage. There's the link, but if you go to the EC Glass webpage and you scroll all the way down, there is a section for daily announcements. And then this is new, Tech After Dark. So we know that everybody is on their Chromebooks a whole lot more than usual. So we have Tuesdays and Thursdays. We have an allotted time, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, that you can come to the EC Glass parking lot, and IT is there to help you with your Chromebook issues or anything like that. And you can also call this number when you get there so that they can come out and help you. And then lastly, I had to include early college because that's just what I love. I'm in it as well. And so for sophomores, the application is now open. You can start applying for early college. It's an amazing program. It's an amazing way to gain college credit and college like experience. Hopefully next year we'll be on the CVCC campus, but I know that we're still doing great in there. So you can apply, the applications are out and they're due, I wanna say that, well, let me see if I can move this. They're due February 15th at 2:30 p.m. So just make sure that y'all get those in there in time. And that's it. But also on this picture, I wanted to say thank you to Mrs. Ford. She took this picture. But I also wanted to say thank you to the Blue Crew who's at Glass, because yes, we did enjoy these last 2 snow days off, but they're there making sure that the ground is okay and that nobody is falling and tripping and preparing for students to come back. So I wanted to say thank you to them for doing that as well. And that is it. Thank you guys so much.
Great.
Wow, that was an amazing, you see the board members clapping. That was an amazing picture of Glass. And likewise, Jaden, you've done a fantastic job of sharing with us all that is going on at EC Glass. And there are young people serving boards across the Commonwealth as student reps. And Grayson and Jaden, you are right in there amongst the best of them. Thank you so much. And we will certainly be calling on you all. You gave us some great compliments for the hard decisions that we make, but we want your input as we continue to go forward. And we'll ask for it as we make these decisions that we have to make. Thank both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll now move to item H on our agenda, which section is dealing with school board committee reports. And H1 will be our finance committee chair. Mr. Harvey, do you have a report at this time?
Excuse me, Dr. Coleman, no report at this time. We will be meeting later this month.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. We appreciate that. H2, the Governor's School Committee Chair, Mr. Harvey.
No report at this time. We will be meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Wow, I know that's going to be a great meeting. Thank you. H3, Laurel Regional School Committee Chair, Dr. Sharon Carter.
I don't have a report at this time. Our meeting is tomorrow.
All right, I know that's going to be a great meeting. All of these groups are so important. H4, our STEM Academy, Dr. Michael Nillis.
Yes, we met last week via Zoom. It was a quarterly meeting, pretty much routine business. STEM Academy students are also impacted by COVID and remote learning. Very unusual for them this year. They had 5 students actually withdraw, pretty much all COVID related in terms of support and the different expectations and having to do that on their own. And anyway, it was unfortunate, but they did work with the students to try to, help them come through. But in the end, it was a decision with all concerned. They thought it best to withdraw and go back to their base schools. As a consequence, Lynchburg's going to have 2 extra slots, STEM Academy slots, this coming fall.
Okay.
They are following the in-person learning policies of CVCC. So there's limited in-person, I think once a week for the most part for the students. And then of interest all students in Lynchburg is applications for the STEM Academy are open now. And they're due, the final the window for that closes April 1st. So that's
Thank you, Dr. Nillis. Any questions in light of what Dr. Nillis shared with his report? That's a very important group. All right. Thank you, Dr. Nillis, and continue to keep us informed. All right, and our last committee, H5 Legislative Advocacy Committee Chair, Ms. Bell Evans.
I do not have a report. We meet a week from today.
Thank you, Ms. Evans, for what you shared with us already from the Capitol Conference. And of course, after you have your meeting, we'll look forward to hearing the composite of what you're sharing. Very active group. Thank you very much. All right. With that having been said, we will now move to item I, unfinished business. And the first item of I will be I1, return to learn and return to play updates. And Dr. Edwards, if you could bring on the presenter for that.
Absolutely, thank you. So we will give our brief update on return to learn. Thank you to Jaden and Grayson. They really gave us a great update on what return to play in terms of the athletic world looks like, but we'll do a little different return to play discussion tonight by Ms. Pugh. And then after Ms. Pugh is done, we'll talk a little bit about COVID numbers and what that looks like in our community, in our schools. Looking forward to Dr. Sinha's COVID presentation, as well as some updates on just general trends, vaccinations, and meetings. All right, Ms. Pugh, take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, board and Lynchburg community members. I just wanted to give an update. When I spoke a couple of weeks ago, when second semester began, I gave some preliminary numbers on the percentage of students that were participating in hybrid and remote. I wanted to give an update on that tonight. So as of today, 61.1% of students are participating in hybrid, and 38.9% are participating in remote learning. As Dr. Edwards mentioned, I'm going to focus a little bit differently tonight. We've done a lot on return to learn and return to play, but tonight my information is going to be focusing on return to performing. We know that a lot of our students and staff are spending a significant amount of time in the performing arts. And so I want to cover some different areas and highlight some things that are happening there. In the area of theater, Lynchburg Middle School Drama, 7th and 8th grade, they are working on a virtual performance of 2 separate plays that will be done in April. They are also working on Annie Jr., and virtual auditions for that were held last week with some live performances scheduled for early May. EC Glass Theater is doing a streaming of Shakespeare's Bachelorette, which received a superior rating at the Virtual Virginia Theater Conference. And that streaming will be on February the 12th and 13th. And there is information on the EC Glass website for that, for the times and also for tickets. EC Glass Theater students are also doing some playwriting. They are one of 12 schools around the world that are writing and producing one-act plays for a virtual theater festival that's sponsored by Broadway's Manhattan Theater Club. And in the Pioneer Theater, there will be live performances of Little Women, which will take place the last 2 weeks of March. They are also working on a competition piece for the VHSL theater competition in April, and that they are preparing for the performance of Crowded Room. They are also in the Pioneer Theater working on some short film festival compositions in May. Moving on to performing arts, the Strings is, they have had some, at the elementary level, they have had some premiere concerts via YouTube. They are also working on their 50th annual Suzuki Festival, which will be virtual in May. And that brings back memories for me because as an LCS student, when I was in elementary school, I played violin and participated probably in the first Suzuki Festival. So that makes me feel really, really old that they're celebrating their 50th annual Suzuki Festival. Choir, some things to highlight for choir in the performing arts. Lynchburg Middle School students are preparing for a virtual spring concert. EC Glass students are preparing for a virtual Valentine performance, which features chorus and theater and orchestra. And then there are lots of students that are preparing for the VMEA All District and Honors Choir performances as part of Music in Our Schools Month, which is next month, March. And then moving on to some visual arts, March is also Youth Art Month, and LCS is partnering with the Academy Center of the Arts, and some of our LCS student artwork will be on display there for the month of March. And then also the Dunbar Middle School art teacher has created a remote art gallery via a website, which she's featuring some submitted student artwork. So I will make sure that board members receive that link so you can check out some of the things that students have been working on. I wanted to highlight, Grayson mentioned this in her presentation, but I'm going to ask Austin in just a second if he can start this video. The choral director, Ms. Wilkinson at Heritage High School, submitted, worked on and prepared this and submitted a video to the inaugural committee on behalf of the City of Lynchburg, LCS, and Heritage High School. I don't believe this was selected, but I would like for us to, it's a short video that highlights some of the work that's happening in the performing arts area and other things that are happening at Heritage. So Austin, if you could bring that up, that will end my portion.
Skies forever, waves of grace.
Thank you. I wanted to just say thank you again to Ms. Wilkerson and for her students and the students that worked at Heritage High School to put that together. I have highlighted some of the things that are happening in the performing arts area in Lynchburg City Schools, but not all of them. So we will try to keep you informed of things that are coming up. There are lots of virtual performances, but there are also lots of live performances that are coming up with safety and health mitigation in place. So we want to be mindful of that. And if there are any questions, I can try to answer them.
Thank you, Amy. That video puts chills to me every time I see it. Just amazing. Any questions for Amy on this portion of our discussion? Any questions for Amy? All right. Thank you so much, Amy, for touching on the arts as a vital part of what we do in Return to Play as well. Dr. Edwards?
Yes, I just wanted to thank Ms. Pugh for highlighting that, but more importantly, thanking all of the students and many board members. You also get emails and phone calls and things from our students who let us know the importance of not only the academic portions of our day in terms of what we're doing in school, but the value of athletics and arts, especially during this time in the pandemic, when we are dealing with so many other side effects of this. So thank you to our students for holding that accountability level high for us and always challenging us to find a way to provide not only academics, but also access to athletics and access to the arts so that we can cultivate that total child. So I just wanted to really thank the kids for pushing us, because without them constantly reminding us of how vital this is and the support that they have from their teachers and staff members who are dedicated to this, it could have easily gotten missed in the midst of this COVID season. But we have some great, amazing kids and wonderful staff. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And I know School Board Member Morrison, as well as all of us, liked that presentation. That was really good. All right, Dr. Edwards, what's the next portion? Thank you, Ms. Pugh. What's the next portion that we're going to deal with here?
Well, we're going to shift more to the COVID dynamics in our community and in our schools. And again, our students mentioned this and gave thanks to everyone who helped set up our vaccination clinics over the last couple of Mondays that we had it yesterday. Also, even though school was closed, vaccination was open, and kudos to the staff at Glass, LaTanya Brown, Andrea Bryant, all of our nurses, our Chief Wormser, our city officials, everyone who pitched in to make sure that no vaccine goes wasted. So we're making sure that we put vaccine in every arm possible, and I have a fantastic team that does that. That being said, from the LCS side of things, when we came back in January, we hit a high of positive COVID cases being at 19. We sort of died down a little bit, having cases of just one or two a day. The last couple days that we've measured, we have had 5 or 6. So we're seeing a little uptick, but nothing as significant as when we first came back from the holiday break. I am happy to see that the numbers of cases, the positive cases in the community is going down, and we were in the thousands, and I just looked today, we're about 860. So it's nice to come from 4 digits down to 3 digits. Positivity rate at one point was upwards in the 20s, and it's now 13.3. And I just want to say to the community, don't stop. Continue with you wearing your mask and social distancing and washing your hands and following those protocols and limiting group sizes, because all of that matters, and all of that is playing into keeping our schools open and moving in a direction of getting back to having more opportunities for in-person learning and more opportunities for support for arts and athletics. I do want to turn it over quick to Dr. Sinha just to go over. I know she always provides us with a very detailed COVID spreadsheet, and then we'll get to some decision makings and some conversations that we've had with our local officials.
Well, as Dr. Edwards said, the things are looking a lot better than they were 2 weeks ago. We're still have high case counts, although they're about half what they were per week. Now, some of the measures are on a 2-week interval. Some of mine are on a 1-week interval. So that's why you'll see some different numbers, but the trends are looking better. The positivity rate is down. The incidence rate is down after climbing steadily over several weeks. So let's hope that the downward trend continues. Yeah, the incident rate is about half of what it was 2 weeks ago. So like I said, we're still in the danger zone in a lot of ways, but it's looking better. And hopefully with vaccines and people being careful, we'll continue to see movement in the right direction.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. And I just wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about our protocols, and it might actually explain to the community a little bit about why we're going to, why we're virtual today. One of the things that we try to be, since this COVID has started, is extremely transparent in terms of just talking about COVID. And I can remember when the first couple cases came out, the media picked them up rather quickly, and then it just became the thing that we do. We started posting on our website. If you did not know that, our number of positive cases, and then as time goes on, we get feedback from community members who said that we understand that it's not just positive cases that lead to a shutdown of a school or grade level or a wing or a department or anything like that, that it's also quarantine level. So we've also updated that information on our website. So if you haven't been lately, you can see both the positive cases, and then you can get an idea of how many staff members have been affected by quarantine for either being around someone who was positive, or they themselves are being tested and the results aren't known. And when that happens, we try to put out information to that school or department to let them know what we're doing. We do take these matters seriously, and I will say kudos to my school staff and every department for following the mitigation strategies. We have been very fortunate in these last 8 months that I think I can count on one hand the number of times we've had to shift to remote learning because of a COVID shutdown. And that really speaks volumes to the staff and the students who are practicing good mitigation strategies. But things happen, so we can't always control what happens on the outside and comes on the inside. Some of the things that we consider, and some folks have asked us, you know, we did a lengthy talk about CDC guidelines, how many days do you have to be out? But I want to just highlight one part that our team does, and that really is looking at not only whether or not you're 6 feet, within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more, but when we're looking at the safety of our staff and students, we're also looking at where you are. And are you in a room with adequate ventilation? Is it a small room? And how long you're in that setting? And those things, although they're not spelled out by square footage on the CDC guidelines, they are things that we consider here at Lynchburg City Schools when we're looking at keeping our staff and students pretty safe. We do work very closely with Dr. Gately and team to make sure that we're using the appropriate protocols. And you know, that's going to lead nicely into some of our discussion just about our board meetings, our adult-to-adult meetings, some of our meeting spaces, and some things that have occurred over the last couple of weeks. So I think at this point, Dr. Coleman, I can turn it over to you to kind of have a brief discussion about just the board activities in general and how COVID knows no boundaries. Whether it's children or schools or inside or outside, it affects all of us when it comes to quarantines and positive cases.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, for laying that out for us. Thank you, Dr. Sinha, for your additional information as well. And of course, Ms. Pugh on what you shared earlier. Before us tonight is not necessarily a matter that we need to vote on. And if we do deem so, then of course we will do a roll call, but we may not need that. We just want to be in harmony with what is safe for our students, our staff, and our board members as it relates to proximity, the size of rooms, and how long we're in those rooms. And for the school board, that becomes an issue. And so that's what we're discussing tonight very briefly. And I would like Dr. Brennan to just weigh in first in relationship to his thoughts about this matter. And at the end of the day, we're simply wanting to know, will the board prefer to stay, as we stated in our January the 12th school board meeting, in our school board chambers, or would we want to go to virtual meetings or another location? Dr. Brennan.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Can Dr. Coleman and my fellow board members hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I would just reiterate what Dr. Edwards has said. We're all aware of the fact of the basic mitigation interventions, such as staying 6 feet apart and wearing masks and good hygiene and those things. I think the other issue that comes up, though, is the amount of time that we spend in a room and the structure of that room. And as every board member and those community members who watch our board meetings know, our board meetings tend to be fairly long. I would guess that they probably average 2.5 to 3 hours. And I think the question that's being raised is that if we are in the Lynchburg City School board room, which is fairly narrow, fairly long and narrow, and probably not ventilated that well, are we increasing our risk for COVID infection, despite the fact that we are 6 feet apart, despite the fact that we are wearing masks, that we're trying to do the right things? So I actually had a conversation with Dr. Gately at the health department today about several other issues and brought this up. And he has said this has been an issue that many groups have addressed since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. How can or do they meet as a group? And he clearly thinks that any group that meets such as we do should factor in how long we are together and what the setting is in that room. That probably the longer we're there, the more chance that our exposure is increased. And again, that would depend upon the ventilation of the room and the size of the room. So as Dr. Coleman says, I think it just raises the issue of, are we comfortable staying in the conference room where we are? Do we need to move to a larger space? Or do we need to adjust our meetings so that they're not in person, but virtual?
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. You've heard from Dr. Edwards, who arguably over the last several months has helped us to appreciate why adult to adult contact needs to be well thought through so that we can keep our adults functioning. And of course, we're equally concerned about students in the classroom. The duration of their stay in the classroom may or may not be as long as we are encountering each other in the boardroom. And so the floor is open for a brief discussion on this matter. Dr. Gupta.
I can say I'm one of those guys who tested positive for COVID, and it is not a play experience. It has been scary. Last 5 days have been like somebody wrote a death warrant for me. So I don't want anybody else to have it. So we need to be safe as much as possible. I don't have any symptoms, but it is scary for your family members, for your community, for your friends, and for yourself. So I would say we should do anything which is safe for us, for our students, and people who come to our meetings. And it may not make everybody happy, but having gone through now, when you are experience yourself and all this medical advice and everything else is out the door because you are really experiencing it. You're going through that pain and suffering and mental distress. So I don't want anybody else to go through it. So we should be in a very safe environment. 6 feet or no 6 feet. I mean, those things are there, but you still get infections. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for your statement. Ms. Morrison?
Thank you, Dr. Coleman, and thank you, Dr. Gupta. I too had to be tested for possible exposure, and my results were negative, but it was a very scary time, and it imposed more isolation on our families. And I am not for at all going back to meeting in the school board room. If we can go to a bigger place, I prefer virtual. I want us all to be safe. I want our administration to be safe, and I want our public to be safe. And at this point, I am comfortable with virtual.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Ms. Evans, Bill Evans.
I think we do what people need to be comfortable. And if we have members that need to be virtual to be comfortable, then that's what we do. That's my opinion. I just think if there's anybody who feels strongly about not coming in and doing it virtually, then I feel like as a team, that's what we do for those members.
And thank you, Ms. Evans. I do just want to put on the floor for all of us who are knowledgeable of this, that because of council's continuity of governance and other pieces and the policies that we have, it would permit without a quorum, for us to have persons in one location and the others participating virtually. And so we do have that option. And I'm thankful already for the comments of Dr. Gupta, Ms. Evans, and Ms. Morrison. Ms. Evans, did you want to repeat?
I was just going to add, if that is an option, to have some in person and some virtual, I probably would prefer to come in and be one of the ones that came in person. I just do better in person meeting. And I understand the possibility of moving it somewhere bigger. When we did move last week, I struggled through that entire meeting to hear anybody. So I think that's something that we've got to consider. I really missed a lot of what was said in last week's meeting. It just was a weird way to hear it. So there are a lot of pieces of it, but if some want to stay virtual and some come in, I'd support that as well.
Let me pause for just a moment. Our attorney is listening with us tonight. If Attorney Towns, am I accurate if you can hear me? And if not, Dr. Edwards, in my statement about the permissibility of the board legally meeting, some without a quorum in the school board chambers and the others virtually. Attorney Towns?
Yes, Dr. Coleman. There is a school board policy in relation to meeting with some members virtual and some in person. It actually does require a quorum of members physically being there, and the members who appear virtually would have to either have a medical excuse or a personal reason. And if you have a personal reason, that is limited to 2 times in a calendar year. So there's a little less flexibility with a mixture of virtual and in person. I think that you would have to gauge the board membership prior to a meeting to determine how many are willing to come in person versus how many virtual. And then if there is not a medical reason for the virtual meeting, then the board member is limited to 2 instances of personal reasons for not being at the meeting.
Thank you, Attorney. I would like to just dig a little deeper in that. Is there not, under the emergency piece and under the continuity piece, when it's COVID related,
Let me look again at the continuity of government,
Yes, ma'am.
and I can get back to you and send a note on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Attorney, because if it's COVID related, I would not want to punish school board members for their decisions to be at home with the policy that speaks to it being used for personal use. So we'll await Attorney Towns getting back with me on that. All right, other board members, please, that would like to share.
Mike has his hand up.
I'm so sorry. Go right ahead, Dr. Nilles.
I was going to say, in terms of the board policy, I think we can probably fix that on a temporary basis, assuming that in a way that's compatible with the city ordinance.
Okay.
I prefer in-person meetings, and I think we can probably work it so we can have other board members participate remotely. It's just the dynamics in person are much more favorable, and I was having trouble with the acoustics at the at Dunbar also. I mean, some people I could hear well, others, boy, I was really struggling. Anyway, so that's just my personal input on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles. That's very valuable. While we await some further feedback from our board attorney, thank you, Dr. Nilles, for putting on the table that we could make modification to the policy if, in fact, that continuity or governor's emergency wouldn't give us an allowance. I'm thinking I read that it would somewhere, and maybe, but we'll see in a minute. All right, other. Dr. Carter, if you have Dr. Sinha or Mr. Harvey like to share?
Just if we do find another location, the acoustics would be a big consideration. I too struggled with, especially hearing comments from our experts who are providing information to us. We'd ask questions and I could not hear the answer. So, and I understand it was even difficult on the live feed to hear what was going on. I would, I got tested too out of an abundance of caution, and it does really kind of freak you out a little bit when you think maybe you could be sick. Luckily mine was negative, but I prefer to meet in person, but that room is small and narrow, and sometimes it feels like I'm closer to the people beside me than the 6 foot. So, well, let's see what we can work out, and hopefully we can accommodate those who have conditions that put them at risk or live with loved ones who have risk factors. And I don't think it should count against them if they feel it's not safe to be in our conference room in person for the duration.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Either Dr. Carter or Mr. Harvey.
Well, I am all for safety, and I thought that the bigger arena at Dunbar would be great. It was difficult with the audio, what did create some problems, but thinking through, that was the first time being there, and hopefully we've ironed out some kinks in that system that we could do better. But I'm also for, I can do virtual, but just I'm looking at the safety, because this is like 2 times that I've tried to be as cautious as possible, and then you get a call that there was a possibility of exposure. And as Dr. Gupta said, that is a scary thing to experience. So I am all about what is safe for us. And we do try to be as cautious as we can with wearing our mask and not even taking them off, walking to the cars and different things. But I am for safety.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really have no opinion either way. More than happy to meet in person, more than happy to do it virtually, whatever is seen as the wish of the board. And I do understand and appreciate the safety factor. I did not have as difficult of a problem with the acoustics at our last meeting. I think that was because a speaker was located right behind me. I only had trouble when when we had mics inadvertently turned off. But I'm okay with the venue being in our school board meeting room, or if it needs to be at council chambers, or if we wish to remain virtual. I have no preference.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
Dr. Coleman, if I can also add a little bit of
Please.
protocol that we use at the admin building just during the day. And I recognize that this is difficult because what we do during the day as employees is not necessarily followed similarly at a public board meeting during the day. So if you would like, I could have Director Brown kind of explain some of the ways that when we're entering the admin building, what happens as an employee that might add an extra layer for board members should you choose to consider doing some of those for part of the public meeting.
All right, Director Brown, please.
Good evening, everyone. The protocol that we use at the school board or other schools is that once you enter the building or prior to at the school level, you have your temperature check. And if you pass the temperature check, then you answer some questions in terms of were you sick today? Do you have a temperature? Do you have a cough? And looking for the symptoms. It's a quick assessment to let you know whether or not that you should be in a building or not. And if you're having any signs or symptoms, we will recommend that you go home and call your healthcare provider or either talk to the division nurse. We would like to ask that, we could do a quick training and we could temperature scan everyone that comes in the building and have everyone do a pre-screening as they come in. In addition, we can also give a pre-screening card that everyone could pre-screen themselves before even entering the building to ensure that, when they come in that they're going to pass. But with anyone else, we ask that if you have a cough, if you have a fever, if you are coughing and these things, anything that we have listed on our chart for those pre-COVID symptoms, we ask that you stay at home and self-monitor, contact the healthcare advisor, your healthcare provider at that time. And we would ask that the board do the same thing just as a precaution.
So Dr. Coleman, that is exactly what happened to me at the December board meeting, since we're having true confessions about our experiences as, with this pandemic, is I was in the building, I passed the temperature check, I had not been around anyone. And by midday, one day in December, I was not feeling well and had some of those symptoms that were on the COVID self-screening checklist. Spoke with Director Brown, who immediately advised me to leave the building, exit, and seek, my medical healthcare provider, which I did. Also got COVID tested, which I did, tested negative, which was great, and still stayed home for the full quarantine period under the advisement of both, our LCS team and, my own healthcare provider. And it is, Dr. Gupta, it is a scary feeling when you just don't know. And it's a feeling that our staff has been experiencing since the beginning. They're here. And I think if they're listening, they're all nodding with you like, yeah, it's not great. It's certainly not great for your home. And if you have anybody who's compromised at home, it just adds to the anxiety level. But I will say that I'm very pleased with the level of concern that our LCS staff members have shown for one another, because they do stay home. They do, if you're coughing and sneezing, they err on the side of protecting one another and telecommute as much as we possibly can. which, technology has helped us with that. So we can certainly, if the board is interested in adding those extra level of screening methods that we have for employees, we can also have for wherever we have our public board meeting, whether it's in the boardroom or any other location. So thank you, Director Brown, for sharing that.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Dr. Gupta.
This should not be an option. This should be required. As I emailed you, I wish it was there before I got infected, because we went to Central Virginia Governor School that day, Dr. Coleman, in the afternoon. They have this automated temperature machines when you enter. They have this Google form which you fill out before you even enter the building. So you got to submit all that information before you walk inside the building. So I think that should be a protocol across all our buildings, because it puts people like me who have underlying health conditions at risk. Means, think about that. I live alone at home. Right now, my family is worried that at night, if I'm switched off, what will happen? Nobody will be there. So it's a very scary feeling. And we need to be very careful about our staff, faculty, who are working in the buildings, not only in the admin building. So what is keeping us from buying those machines which Central Virginia Governor School has? It just, you walk into there, it reads your temperature, and it goes into a computer. And, we should implement those protocols. This should not be optional. They should be required. And it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for me, actually, personally. So.
Sure, Dr. Gupta, you correct. To my knowledge, we have those machines in place already, but they're being used during the daytime. And the school board and public engagement would be somewhat similar to your travels to Kroger's or somewhere else in the public. And before we impose protocols on the board needs to agree whether or not we want to add those. Is certainly logical, but we just had not given any direction for those to be added to our board meetings. Dr. Edwards, did you want to say?
Yes, I think Director Brown was also going to say that we do have them, particularly at the admin building at all schools, but at the admin, there is a temperature scanner at the front entrance and there is one at the back entrance, which all of our employees do use. So they are available, Dr. Gupta, in both the admin building and in all of the schools and other departments. And Dr. Coleman, Ms. Towns has her hand raised too. I didn't.
All right, let's hear what our attorney has to say. Go right ahead, Attorney Towns. Okay.
Can I say, Dr. Coleman, if she's not coming?
Go right ahead, too.
School board members are part of this community. When everybody's following those rules, we are not anybody special. We are not blue bloods where everybody's getting their temperatures checked when they enter the admin building. So I personally feel that we should abide by those same rules which everybody else is doing. And I wish we had them, and I may not have COVID today. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Attorney Towns.
Yes, I actually was looking at the continuity of government ordinance, and it states that if necessary for the continuity of city government and meetings of the city council, other city boards and commissions, including the Lynchburg School Board, may be held through electronic communication means without a quorum of members physically present in a single location, provided notice of such meetings is still given in accordance with applicable laws. So you can have the meeting. I'll just have to make sure if there are any notice requirements, additional notice requirements we may have to fulfill, but you can have the meeting with a mixture of in-person and electronic. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Coleman, you're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to go 100% without doing that, but it caught me. Yeah, I'm talking and muted. Yeah, I just want to make sure without a quorum of board members present. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Towns. Thank you for your leadership. At this time, board, we can do a hybrid, if you will, of both without a quorum of board members present. Dr. Brennan?
I would As I said before, I think safety is the utmost importance. And I think doing a screening protocol is a great idea. And I would be in favor of putting that into place for our board meetings. But having said that, 40 to 50% of infections are transmitted in asymptomatic individuals. So we're going to miss people who can still pass the infection on, but are asymptomatic. And I just want to come back to the fact that I think that the boardroom itself is probably not conducive to us being safe in that room because of the size. So I would suggest that we do look at other options, whether it be Dunbar, whether it be city council chambers or somewhere else that we can have more space, because I, like other board members, would like to participate in person. But I think that in that boardroom now, if we had a transmission like we had last week, we would probably all have to be quarantined because of the size of that room.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. What I do not want to do, and I know that some of you as board members have articulated this, we don't want to force the board to make decisions on the spot without proper time to contemplate it. But there is sometimes sensitivity to this matter. So what is the pleasure of the board tonight concerning the whole notion of a change of venue for our meeting in harmony with what Dr. Brennan and maybe one or two of us have said? Or do we want to keep the board meeting in the chamber with the hybrid model, which would allow persons to not attend the meeting and not be penalized for not attending and allowed to virtually participate? Dr. Gupta.
I just wanted to piggyback on Dr. Brennan. I understand the probabilities, but safety should not rely on probabilities. Just one incident which we could have prevented through these precautionary safety measures is more than enough. So having those, I understand symptomatic and asymptomatic and things could not have been prevented, but God knows how many other incidents we have not had, or could have had for different people just for having these safety measures in place. So I think, in my opinion, they should be there for any future board meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. And that's another item to bring to protocol inclusion, and we'll get to that. Ms. Evans?
I mean, I'm in favor of finding out how many people want to be virtual, and then we say, okay, if we only have 4 that want to come in, we could be in the boardroom. If we have 7 that want to come in person, then we may have to look at somewhere else. But I think we need to know who's doing what to be able to know what to plan for. And I'm just going to put out there, we need to be somewhere where we can hear each other. It's just really important.
All right, so with that being said, and I do want to make sure that the public understands that this board is incredibly concerned about our student safety and staff safety, and not prioritizing levels of safety. It is because of the duration of our meetings that this matter is coming before our attention for discussion tonight. I don't want to force the board, but I've heard 2 comments, no motion. Is anyone prepared to make a motion unless someone would object to us moving into vote tonight? And I do think this is a very sensitive matter that we do need to dispatch.
So I guess I have my question on, I'm not sure where we go from here. I mean, I think some people want to attend in person, but it would be better if we had found a bigger space.
We'll see it.
And I mean, I'm all in favor of the screening protocol. I go through that multiple times a day. It's a good thing to do. You're not going to catch everybody, but you do what you can. And I think it's important that we meet in person for people that are willing to do that. So I don't know how to put that into a motion without having a particular location in mind.
Yeah.
Obviously, we went to city council. We'd have to change the meeting date. I don't know if there's other school facilities that are, might be a little more wider open than where we were at with Dunbar. So.
All right, thank you, Dr. Miller. It's well said. So obviously no one is objecting to the additional pieces that Director Brown mentioned to be added to our protocols, but we'll solidify that. I think we're okay on that. Well said, Dr. Miller. The issue is, where would an alternative location be? And that would help. At the January the 12th meeting, we did not vote, but it was clear we didn't want to move to the council chambers at that time. If we do, we will have to change our date. I did ask Dr. Edwards to check into the availability of Dunbar, and she may want to comment on that and or any other facility. Now keep in mind, we were only there, well stated. A couple of times I was talking like I know I could be heard. You all said that you couldn't hear me, so I understand. But the point is, we were only there one time. And so efficiencies could come maybe the next time a little better with some understanding of some of the problems that we had in the first meeting. Dr. Edwards?
Yes, so we did look into Dunbar, and originally, even when we wanted to meet last week, it was looking into EC Glass. I think no matter what we do, we're going to have a level of flexibility, especially as spring comes around and our children start to use the auditorium facilities, which seem to be the largest area where kids can also spread out, social distance, and do some of the things they need to do in the arts as well. But I think any of my principals with enough notice, as was the case with Dunbar, can make it work. As for the acoustics and the sound check and things like that, we have a fantastic team, and they are, they can problem solve almost anything. So as you said, Dr. Coleman, that was our first time at Dunbar, and I'm sure they were on it to work through any of the acoustic issues or challenges we may have there or at any other school. Might I suggest, because our COVID response team, which LaTanya Brown works with, is probably the best one to work with. If I could get 1 or 2 board members who'd be willing to kind of probe with us, and so we could do a little bit deeper dive, and we can measure room space and look at options. I know Director Brown would not have a problem working with that team, so we could explore all options, looking at our calendar and not having to change our dates, and seeing what's available, that we have something to present to the board in a timely manner. So.
All right, let's press that a little bit. So we will not meet again until the 16th, and obviously the location and all of that would matter. Yeah. Would we be able to have something that we can look at prior to the 16th?
I believe so. I think what we're going to do is go back and just explore all of our options, but we wanted to be, at least talk to 1 board member or 2 board members, and then share all of that with the group, so that the full group would be similar to the way we do most of our business, so that the full group would be aware of, here are some things that we can do. Because what I'm hearing is that some people do want to be in person. So you want to be comfortable and in person. And then some may want the option for a virtual and remote. So we need to make sure that the location has good internet access, and we can broadcast the Zoom the same way we did at Dunbar. And we failed to mention this, but at the beginning of this meeting, we are using an upgraded version of Zoom, which allows us to be panelists. So all of the board members and the administrators are panelists, but it also allows the public to be attendees in the Zoom meeting live at the time that it's happening. This is the first time we're doing this with a board meeting. So it does give access to our board members for that. And thank you, Jasmine Ford, for being the first public person to test out virtual public comment, which we could hear you very well. So as far as what Attorney Towns would talk about in public access to the meeting and have an opportunity for public comment, we've got that worked out. But as far as the actual location, I think we'll need some time to just figure out some options for us.
Ms. Evans?
I'm happy to help with whatever you need.
Ms. Evans is volunteering her service. Are you as well, Dr. Gupta?
I'm in a cage for some time, so I cannot help. I need to be in isolation. So, but My suggestion and request to Dr. Edwards will be, please don't leave out Heritage High School, as a possible spot, because many times we use EC Glass and we hear Dunbar. Somehow Heritage just is left out. So my request will be humbly, if you could, whosoever is serving, please do consider Heritage. It's a decent brand new building.
Oh, we love Heritage. We had our strategic planning meeting there, so we won't forget about them.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I want to recognize Dr. Carter, then Dr. Brennan.
And I will be willing to help if you need that. And are we ready to make a motion?
All right, just 1 second, Dr. Carter. Dr. Brennan, go right ahead.
I don't want to overwhelm the list, but I'm happy to throw my name in the hat also to be part of that group. Make a difference.
Well, I don't know if it's because you just want the two because of the realities of 3 board members, but Ms. Evans and Dr. Carter and Dr. Brennan are offering their service, and to whichever degree that they can help you, Dr. Edwards, with that, I think that would work. Dr. Carter is wanting to know about a motion, and at this point, we could probably entertain a motion that would say that we do want to change the venue of our meetings to an alternate location, which we will discuss later, in which it will be hybrid, because we can't decide the location tonight because they're going to look into that, and either through the appropriate means, we will be able to get the will of the board understood in relationship to where that venue would be. If someone wants to state a motion or restate it better than what I just said, that would be appropriate, and we can move on. Because I don't want them to go into all of this study, and then you all say, by the way, we don't want to do that. So we're given permission to go and do that, meaning that we would change the location with a hybrid understanding that wherever that location is, individuals will be able to participate virtually.
And Dr. Coleman, also add the screening protocols as part of wherever we go.
Add the screening protocols will be added to the safety protocols we already have. Would someone make a motion to that, please?
Dr. Coleman, I'd like to take a shot at the motion.
Please.
Say number 1, that we do want to initiate the safety protocols.
Okay.
Number 2, that we would like to be able to allow board members to attend virtually if they would like to. And then number 3, rather than say we're going to move, I'd like to say we're going to look into what options there are for sites, because I expect the group would probably consider the boardroom and other sites. So leave that option open for the group to discuss and report back.
Is that a motion, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second to that motion for the safety protocols to be added, that we would allow board members to participate virtually, and that we will look at all venue options, including the school board chambers, with a report to deal with that later?
So I have a question on allowing board members to participate virtually. I don't know that the continuation of governance ordinance forces us to allow. I think board members might just be able to, just by dint of that ordinance on their own, and not require permission from the board.
Well, Dr. Nilles,
our attorney could weigh in on that. So I'm not sure point number 2 is necessary. And I was going to suggest we just divide the motion into parts and just vote on the first one, which is, move that we implement the screening protocol for all board meetings, and then move on from there.
Dr. Nilles' point is recognized by the chair. The continuity does give boards and commissions, et cetera, the opportunity to opt out. So technically, you have that right to do that. And so we're grateful that that has been cleared. Hope, Attorney Towns, that you want to add anything?
Dr. Coleman is correct. And Dr. Nilles, there is no need for the board to agree or vote on a member's participation by electronic means. However, I think it's just good to probably a good practice just to be clear that that all board members are aware that that's an option.
Thank you, Attorney. And thank you, Dr. Nilles, for your point of clarification. let's go back to the original maker of the motion. With that stated, Dr. Brennan, could we vote on the safety protocols being included first?
Yes, sir. That's fine.
All right, is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Dr. Nilles, that we will include the day protocols that Dr. Rector Brown mentioned to our safety protocols. Any questions or discussion? All right. Tina, can you call the roll, please? Because I don't want this to just be voice, please.
School Board Member Evans,
Yes.
School Board Member Morrison,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nilles,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
The motion has carried with 9 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With item 3, do we need to vote on that, or can we just all be in agreement that we're going to get a report back from those who have identified themselves and bring something to us later?
I consent to that.
Okay, Dr. Brennan, would that be sensible? And we're going to get it in a timely manner, so if the board needs to act, we'll be able to do so.
Sure. We don't need to vote. That's fine with me.
All right. Okay, thank you so much. Well, listen, we tackled something that was very, very difficult. For many places, it would take 4 hours to get straight on that. So I'm thankful to our ongoing maturity as a board to dispatch of those critical matters. Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Is there anything else that we need to discuss concerning I-1?
I do not think so. I think we covered everything.
All right, thank you, board. It's 6:55 and we're getting ready to tackle I-2. And then of course we have new business before us tonight and superintendent comments, etc. Do we need to take a 2 or 3 minute break, or can we press on?
Let's take a break.
All right, 5-minute break and we will come right back. All right, we're going to reconvene, give all of our board members a chance to get back in place. Right. Right. Dr. Sinha, are you? Okay.
Dr. Coleman, can I say something when everybody's coming?
Sure. I don't want. All right. Tu, won't you go ahead and make your comment and then she's back.
I just want people to know we are lucky to have Dr. Brennan in this community and as part of the school board. He is an asset, and I've seen that in last 1 week. He is a very, very good man, and we are lucky to have him.
Dr. Gupta, thank you very much. Could you send that note to my wife so that she would be?
That'll cost you money.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. We all concur with your sentiments, as well as each and every one of you on the board. Thank you for all that you're doing at this time. We're going to now zoom in our agenda to the item I2, which is our FY 2021-22 operating budget discussion. And as you are aware of the fact that we have a work session on the 16th in which we will have an opportunity to discuss this in detail, and ongoingly we will have opportunities to look in this. So tonight we did want to have this on the agenda, and I'm going to ask Dr. Edwards to kind of make an opening statement, and I am going to ask that from last week's additional special meeting that we had, that I would like the board to set some direction around number 7 and number 11 and number 12 before we go into the further details of what Dr. Edwards would want to deal with tonight. But first, Dr. Edwards.
Yep, thank you, Dr. Coleman. As Dr. Coleman said, tonight we're going to try to get through a few more items on our list for discussion, and then we have March 2nd and March 16th is our public hearing on the budget. So hopefully the public has been following along and can provide us input as to the budget development. If we are far enough along, which I hope we are, and in a good position after the public hearing, the board can vote on the budget. Remember, we have that April 1st deadline that we have to adopt a preliminary budget, which may get changed or altered as we go through the city council process. If not, there is one floater date, not that I'm a fan of adding more meetings, but March 30th is open and available if the board needs to continue in deliberations regarding the budget. So that's the timeline. And as Dr. Coleman said, we're going to cycle back to a couple of things, 3 of which he mentioned. And then I am going to go over some of the position requests and cycle back to a few that we discussed, and just making sure that I have the right board support, adding a couple others. I've pulled some specifically for the work session where we have much more time to talk and discuss in detail. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Coleman for numbers 7, 11, and 12, and then I'll pick up on page 2.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Briefly, in our last meeting, there was some robust conversation around the state code, and we have our attorney with us tonight, but the state code does allow for elected and appointed school boards to be compensated. In some localities, depending on the dynamics, that amount can be equal to the amount allocated for the local appropriating body. In our instance, as an appointed board, the General Assembly, according to the state code, has identified that our max is $2,400 per board member. That means the board could decide to have a stipend of $2,400 per board member, or it could go down to $1, or do you see? And then as it relates to the chair, the amounts that were put into this budget worksheet were the max numbers, the $2,400 for the stipend. The $2,000 is what the code allows as the max to pay a chair in the Commonwealth. And once again, that's the max. You have some school board that decide to not give any additional allocation for the chair. Some $100, $200, all the way up to the $2,000. And so that is something that we need to make some thoughts about tonight to the degree we can. And then as far as it relates to 11 and 12, the code also affords school board members to have access to health insurance depending on how that works in that particular locality. And I am going to ask that Attorney Towns would maybe just give us some of the parameters of that. We tried to send something out to each of you later in the afternoon regarding this. And of course, Ms. McConaughey is available to assist with this question as well as relates to 11 and 12. And then let's have a brief discussion on that, and then we'll turn the floor back to Dr. Edwards. Attorney Towns?
I'm sorry, misunderstood. Are you going back to number 7 and dealing with that first?
If you feel a need to state anything further about what I said on 7, but particularly 11 and 12, one of those two options as it relates to the health insurance.
As far as 11 and 12, I don't have anything else to add. I believe what was sent out to you all this afternoon included the information from the health insurance plan on how school board members can be a part of that plan. As far as the actual specifics of it, probably that'd be given over better to another staff member, but as school board member would be considered an exception to the policy. The policy is for employees, and school board members are not technically employees, so there is an exception. However, there are a number of qualifications that have to happen before that exception could be put in place.
Thank you, Attorney. Ms. McConaughey, with Dr. Edwards' agreement, could you comment maybe for further clarification on 11 or 12 for board members to understand?
So 11 and 12 are the employer portion of per member if a board member opted to take health insurance. So number 11, it was just giving you an idea because there's different plans, but if a board member took a single member plan, the cost to the school division, as far as the premium, it doesn't necessarily reflect the cost because we are self-insured, but that would be number 11 at $6,137. Number 12 is the high end if they took the family plan, and the price per member for the premium, again, not actually reflecting any actual claims cost, it would be $6,975.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carnage. So at this point, it's almost as if it was, Dr. Edwards used the word package last time. We didn't discuss it as such. It wasn't presented as such, but the two go hand in hand. Again, the state code allows it. And so we're not creating something out of the sky, not seeking to be self-serving. We're just seeking to contemplate alignment with boards across the Commonwealth. I would like to open the floor for discussion on these items. Dr. Gupta.
So with the stipend, a school board member will have an option to opt out if they don't want.
That's correct.
And Ms. Towns, what I'm hearing from you, 7, 11, and 12 are all perfectly legal things to do. They are within the Virginia code.
Yes, they are allowed by the state code.
And $7,000 is a yearly cost to the district if somebody opts for that health insurance. And they can go for a lesser one, but if they go for the full one, which is employee, board member and their whole family, then it'll be $7,000. Am I right, Ms. Lakanich?
That's correct.
And I'm going to put Ms. Lakanich on spot. She and I had talked about it this afternoon, and she expressed me her personal opinion. I told her, I'll be putting on our spot. So if you don't mind sharing your opinion, please feel free to do so.
Yes, Dr. Gupta did reach out to me today, and we discussed item 11 and 12. I tried looking at it because I've gone both ways, but I did try to look at it through the lens of what we do with our staff and our benefits. We do try to maintain an attractive, competitive benefit package, both to attract and to retain our staff. If it is the intent of the board to provide such compensation package for its members, I would assume the same could hold true, whether it's the stipend, the insurance plans, or both. It could possibly attract individuals who may otherwise not even consider serving in the past.
Thank you. All right, have you finished your line of questioning or thought, Dr. Gupta? All right, thank you so much. Other board members, please, on this matter. Again, so in essence, there's some things that we have to consider. I tried to explain the best I know how, that the $2,400 that is there because that's the highest that you could get for a stipend per board member. We're not saying it has to be 2,400. It can be the 2,400 or it could be something less. And then we need to decide on whether we want to have an allocation for the chair. Now, if we do have an allocation for the chair, Attorney Towns, could you please briefly explain, this is not the stipend for the school board. That decision is made by the board and would need no further input from any entity outside of the board. But the chair appropriation, could you explain that, Attorney Towns?
Yes, if the board decides to allocate a salary for the chairman, the maximum is $2,000. And since this is an appointed board, the additional stipend must be approved by resolution by Lynchburg City Council. So that would be the process if you all decide to reserve an amount for the chairman's salary.
Thank you, Attorney Towns. So we could deal with this one by one, or we could, I think we almost need to. What are the thought of the board on the stipend for the board? Item 7, the amount, $2,400 or some lower amount, or there could be the will of the board, no amount at all. Please just have a statement on that so that we can get clarity.
If you don't mind, I'll go ahead. I mean, I indicated my preference before. I don't support this at all. I don't support health insurance for the board members. I mean, that cost is just the premium cost doesn't include claims cost. You know, if that's something that people feel is appropriate, maybe it'd be better if actually city council decided to allocate a stipend for service to the board as opposed to us deciding on our own. So I won't support any of these.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles. Again, a motion could be made to that or something else at this time as I'm seeking to move the discussion along. Thank you, Dr. Nilles. Anyone else like to comment or kind of wanting to give the superintendent direction as to that item?
You know, if there's no support, I'm not sure we need to vote on these, or I don't know. That's
Dr. Nilles.
There's no input from other board members, so I'll shut up.
No, you're fine, Dr. Nilles. You have the right to share. Is there someone who would like to comment about 7? Dr. Carter first, then Dr. Gupta.
As I stated last week, I think I'm in support of the school board member stipend. And as I stated, and not saying this because of me being on the board, because this is my last year, my second term. So it may not even benefit me, but I think for others that may want to come aboard and that want to be able to participate in this will be the best way that will ensure equity across everyone, for everyone to participate in, because it does take a tremendous amount of time. And you see us here certain times for meetings, but you have to do your homework. And then there are other meetings that you have to attend. And when you come on, they said 75% of meetings, but there are we have policy meetings, and then we have other school board that we're also part of. So I am in support of both of this package, both the stipend and also the insurance compensation. Some people may not take advantage of it and some may, but it should be an option.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. I'll hear from Dr. Gupta, of course, anyone else, and then we certainly would love to entertain a motion on number 7, and then we'll do 11 and 12. Dr. Gupta?
As I said, if this option is offered, I will not take the stipend, but I think it's important to have it on the table. So I know the concern maybe the school board members are filling their own pockets. So I'm making that disclaimer up front. But if the chair wants, I'd like to make a motion, but after everybody's spoken, that
anyone else like? Yes, sir. Dr. Sinha.
I support the motion, not so much for myself, but for future appointees. There are considerable opportunity costs. I could have a very lucrative part-time job instead of doing this, but I choose to do this. And I knew it was a volunteer position when I took it. There's also the issue of it's not just the meetings we attend, there's a considerable amount of outside work, and there are expectations to attend trainings, some of which are all day, several day things. We have a full day work retreat that we do annually. We typically go to Charlottesville for a retreat at the VSBA. And these things for people who might need to arrange childcare or whatever, I think the stipend would be very helpful and perhaps make serving on the board more accessible to more people. So that's why I am for it. And I do believe for the kind of work we do, there should be compensation for that.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Anyone else? Then Dr. Gupta. Oh, yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harvey.
I probably will be against this motion after considerable thought. I am kind of intrigued by the comment that Dr. Nilles made. Since our appointment is through City Council, and I've actually had several current and past members of council reach out to me and say that they would actually favor such a stipend. I recommend that be put back to council. Let them decide this, because ultimately they are the body that will be tasked with finding members to serve on this board. They also, I think, can appreciate what this board does and what our service is to the city. And I think quite frankly, I think any stipend for us serving should come from a budget other than our operating budget. That's just my personal opinion, and that's why I'll be probably voting against this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for your comments. So at this time, the floor would be open, I think, so that we can move on. Dr. Gupta, I think you wanted to put a motion on the floor if you would like to, or any board.
I'd like to make a comment before I make the motion. End of the day, this motion is about making sort of guidance for the superintendent to put it in the budget. And the budget ultimately goes to the city council for approval. So if you say we get a stipend, that doesn't mean you get a stipend until the budget is finally approved by the city council. So yea or nay by majority vote, they have the veto power to take items out or tell the superintendent your budget is not going to go through unless you take these items out. Correct me, Dr. Edwards, if I'm wrong. Finally, your budget needs to be approved by the city council.
Well, they don't have line item veto, but they can adjust the amount of funds that they provide us. And you are correct in that right now, even the board, you're just giving direction. So your support would be for direction because you will approve this in March.
All right, so do you have a motion, Dr. Cooper?
I make a motion that that we support items 7, 11, and 12.
All right, so Dr. Gupta is saying 7, 11, and 12.
Is it 7? Yes. Yeah.
No.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do they have to go together? Can the health insurance be a separate thing besides the stipend, or we're putting them together? I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around the health insurance one. So I'm just wondering if, do they have to be together?
They know they do not. The maker of the motion has put them together, and if there's a second, we would vote on it. If not, if it fails, then it can be done separately. But Dr. Gupta is listening. Dr. Gupta, would you like to continue to have both of them and seek for a second, or would you like to do one at a time?
I'd like to put them together if a motion is through, because to me, it's the target market is which you need to have both components, because stipend is not $20,000 or $25,000. It's just $2,500. So it makes it much more attractive for somebody with time. So I like to keep them together. If there's a second for this motion.
Is there a second to Dr. Gupta's motion?
A second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Carter. We will now move into discussion on the motion. For clarity, item 7, again, the max is $2,400. And so I haven't heard anything to the contrary. I assume that we are going with the $2,400 max for the school board members. Inclusive of that, Ms. Lakonich, are you saying, is this inclusive of a $2,000 appropriation for the chair's position or no?
That figure does include that, but like Ms. Towns said, that would have to be approved by the city council, that portion.
Yeah, so that portion would have to go through council, but the board needs to agree whether or not we want to forward $2,000 for the chair, or $100 or $200, $300, or nothing. And so I just want to make sure that we wanting to advance the $2,000 figure, and those of you who haven't spoken, please do so, because I'm not trying to force anything. I'm trying to make sure we understand what we're saying. Of course, we'll vote the motion up or down. Since I don't hear anything, I think we're clear on that one. Now, there seems to be, Ms. Evans is saying there's still a need to understand items 11 or 12, which any board member could opt out of that as well. But Ms. Evans, could you help us to know what kind of clarification you need in relationship to items 11 and 12?
You know, I guess I don't need any clarification. It just seems to me that health insurance is typically given to employees who are full-time employees of a company. I'm not sure if I'm missing something, if I am oversimplifying it, but to me, a stipend for being on the board is very different than a company offering you health insurance that you don't work for full-time. I can understand approving a stipend because, you know, we can take it or not take it. I don't think there's anything you need to clarify. I think it's just my own thoughts of what I believe health insurance and companies offering. So I don't think it's anything you need to clarify, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Evans. Anyone else? Dr. Brennan. You have to unmute yourself, Bob.
Sorry. I just want to say that I will vote against this motion for the same reason Ms. Evans is. I'm very comfortable with the stipend. I'm very comfortable with the amount for the chair. I think that's all well-deserved for reasons we all spoke about last week. But the health insurance piece, I do have trouble with that. So I'm going to vote against this and hope that we come back with a motion that will separate the two.
Okay. Any further discussion? I want to weigh in that I will be supporting Dr. Gupta's motion. That is one who would be opting to receive that portion. I'm comfortable with the insurance that I already received. Once again, I am wanting us to have an appreciation for the fact that the code allows this, that when we have these kind of discussions, there are a considerable number of boards that often ask the question, you mean you all don't receive any compensation and there are no benefits provided? And just about every hardworking board in this Commonwealth has opted to receive what the code or what those who are in Richmond have agreed should be allocated to school board members if they so choose. So again, these are hard matters. This is the first time maybe that this has come up. I'm not sure, and it's certainly been a while since these things. So I appreciate everybody's comments, and I have no problem with your comments, but I will be supporting this, not as someone who will need the insurance. But I think that it is when you add the number up, Ms. Laconich, it's a very manageable number in which many board members probably would not opt to do, but those who may need it, and its enticement to those who would serve, I certainly will support it. Any further discussion or questions before we move to the vote? Yes, please, Dr.
Yeah, I'd
Miller.
like to make a comment now that the motion's been made. You know, I think it's the optics are certainly bad on this, particularly with regard to the health insurance. I mean, that's normally a full-time job benefit. So it just reinforces my decision not to support this at all.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles. Dr. Carter?
Well, and can you explain the exceptions clause for this? How the school board can benefit from the health insurance through the exception? What exactly does that state? Or what are those exceptions? Can anyone speak to that?
I can try to assist. We did reach out to Anthem to inquire as to if that was something that was even a possibility, because you're correct. We do have hour limits that for our employees and when they become eligible. And they did go into the plan document and we worked with the consultant, and there was several exceptions for that was there for board members. And I think that has been shared with everyone, and there really wasn't anything that was preventing it. It would just need to have the board approval.
Thank you, Ms. Laconich. Any further discussion of board members regarding this matter?
So we're not doing anything illegal. This is permittable under the for a health plan. So I'm in favor of Dr. Gupta's motion. And again, it's an option. If people want to do this or board members want to, they can. And many probably won't. But it is there just in case someone needs this.
I'm just so proud of this board for your candid thoughts. Everybody's thoughts are valuable. Thank you. Ms. Morrison?
I've thought about this a lot, and I'm very uncomfortable with us voting this for ourselves. I know how hard board members work. They put in many, many hours, but I do worry about the health insurance that we give to full-time employees, and we're not full-time employees. I'm feeling very uncomfortable with this, but I respect my colleagues and want to do what's best for everyone. But I'm struggling with this right now.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Thank you. Any further discussion on the matter? All right, then, Ms. Day, could you call the roll? Just to remind everyone, if you're voting yes, you are voting for item 7 to be continuously in the discussion for consideration for a larger vote on the budget itself later, of $2,400 for compensation for each board member, with additional $2,000 allocated above that for the position of the chair, which would have to go before council for that portion, the 2,000 portion, and that board members would either be able to choose 11 or 12 if they so desire for their health insurance premium coverage. All right, Ms. Day, could you call the roll? Yes, you in favor? No, you're not.
School Board Member Evans,
No.
School Board Member Morrison, School Board Member Morrison,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Carter,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan,
No.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nillis,
No.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey.
No.
The motion carries 5-4, yes.
So be as it may, then that motion carries ever so narrowly. And so that would dispatch of that, at least for this time. And I'll turn the floor back to Dr. Edwards.
Okay, so for purposes of just budgeting and presenting it back to you in March, we are approving the 7 inclusive of the $2,000, even though we know that has to go to council. And given that the 12 is greater than 7, if you approve the family plan, by default, someone could choose the single plan at a lower rate. So we will budget for the higher rate of the family plan. So just Ms. Laconage and I are on the same page with that. Okay, on to page 2. What I want to do is kind of cycle back to some of the ones that were mentioned last week and possibly get through a couple others, recognizing that February 16th, we're definitely going to dig into HR positions and the COVID, everything below the black line for COVID. But for today, I will tell you what I have that I would like to cycle back to. I also have all of the directors online. So should there be a question about something in one of their areas, they are here to address any questions that school board may have regarding any of these positions. So I'm going to start with number 24, which was the alternative ed position. And last week, Dr. Carter expressed support for this. It is the reading specialists at Fort Hill and the Empowerment Academy for them to share currently. We don't have that level of support, and we want to add that for students there. So I just want to get a sense from the full board. Is that a yes, include that in the budget proposal that we're going to bring back to you for voting?
Ms. Evans?
For me, it's a firm yes. I think it's much needed.
Any other to the contrary? Ms. Morrison?
I think it's critical to help our students be successful in the alt-ed settings. I think it's very, very important.
Any board members object or have a thought otherwise?
No, I support this too. I mean, these are two high needs populations, and we should support them to the best extent we can. So yeah, I support it.
Thank you, Dr. Nillis. Unless the board feels otherwise, I think that's an okay, Dr. Edwards.
Okay, thank you, sir. Moving on, still from last week, numbers 27 and 28 are both behavioral support. 27 being the 2 behavioral coaches to provide student support at the elementary schools which don't have additional administration, and that would be Sandusky Elementary, Bass, and then TC Miller and Desi, and they would share those 2 coaches. And then 28 would be 2 additional coaches to be assigned throughout the remaining schools as needed. And I will say that our behavioral coaches, one thing that I am proud of with our folks is their roles and responsibilities morph to meet the needs of the students. So I would suspect that what we saw pre-pandemic in behavior is probably a little different post-pandemic. And then once we get back to having more kids in school more often, we'll be able to address that. So this was both of those were supported by Mr. Harvey. And I just want to cycle back. They are 2 separate items if you want to separate them and vote separately.
Ms. Evans?
I just have a question more for clarity. Can you explain to me break down the exact thing of what a behavior coach is? And not only that, what is our requirements for somebody to be a behavior coach? Because I just look at the price and
So first, just a reminder that the price that you see or the estimated cost includes their benefits and everything in there. So I just want to remind the board and the public of that. And then Ms. Brown or Director Brown, can you jump in, because you supervise and provide lots of oversight for the behavioral coaches and support them from your department afar. So do you mind joining me on this one?
I'm actually going to turn it over to Ms. Pugh, and then I'll fill in the gaps.
Okay.
Sure. I appreciate that, Ms. Evans. And the behavior coach role, it is a coaching role. So they do work with students, but they also are supporting the teachers, the administrators, all of the staff in the building. So they're working with the building staff to increase behavioral capacity and consistency through training models and in supports within the school and collaboration with the administrators as well as instructional personnel. So these behavior coaches are really providing supports that wrap around the students. So it might be behavior related, but it's also related perhaps to social emotional, any of the other needs that students might have, counseling, those types of things. So they have, they're really working with the school personnel, instructional personnel, to provide them coaching and training and supports so that the classroom teachers and other school instructional personnel are really able to provide the supports that the students need before it gets to a behavior, an office referral, a behavior referral. They are supporting students, but they're really working and training and coaching the staff on how to intervene with students before behaviors begin.
And Ms. Evans, I'd like to add, when we're looking at behavior within our school division, we have a hierarchy in terms of staff. So we would start with a registered behavior technician, and that is a person that would complete 40 hours of training online under the supervision of our board certified behavior analyst. Our next tier up, our registered behavior technicians are primarily used within that special education realm. And they provide more of that direct, almost one-on-one support for the students. They review the behavior intervention plans. They interact immediately to that student within that setting, and also provide the teacher in the classroom some additional tools for intervention, prevention, data analysis, so that we can hopefully at some point either de-escalate the behavior or extinct the behavior. The next tier up will be your behavior coach. And we prefer a teacher with some behavior training in the area. And the reason why we say a behavior coach and we're asking for a teacher with specialized training in behavior is because we take that word coach to heart. We want to train up and offer PD to our teachers to build up their skill sets as they're moving through the process. they also collect data, and they make data-driven decisions in terms of recommendations to the principals and as well as us in central office as what they're seeing as needs for our kids, whether that's social emotion, whether that's, things that they're seeing specifically in relations to office referrals, and also anything that they're noticing within classroom management or online management. They can go in and working with our board certified behavior analysts, they can go in and do some specific PD. And that's what their role has been mainly this year, is offering PD, but also assessing how the students are interacting and helping coaching those teachers up online. The next level up would be a board certified assistant or behavior analyst, and we do not have that position right now. And it's criteria for this one. And they could supervise an RBT, and I'll provide the board with a specific breakdown tomorrow morning. We also have a position that we could offer would be a board certified behavior analyst, but that would be a person working on their a doctoral training in behavior analyst. What we do have in the school division right now is 2 board certified behavior analysts, and that's who supervise our behavior team. One for special education and one for general ed under me, but they work with all students inclusive. So when we're talking about behavior supports, we have a system in place to help not only bring about some behavior change, but looking at the overall school climate, the social emotional, and also training up our teachers in terms of everything that they're being faced with the pandemic and everything more.
Thank you. That was certainly thorough. I appreciate it though, because I did, when I was reading this, I couldn't figure out exactly what that meant. So I appreciate it. I'm totally on board with it. And yes, I support it.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Dr. Gupta, you go right ahead.
Ms. Brown said this is our infrastructure is already there. So what's driving these need for these 4 additional positions?
When we reviewed our data last year, the need when we're looking at discipline and intervention and student behaviors, not only office referrals, but also the interventions within the classroom for your basic classroom management. And what we also saw that at BASS, when we had a person that was designated primarily to that site and that were training the teachers and the Virginia tiered systems of supports, that were reviewing data with the school improvement teams and coming back and doing intentional trainings, we saw discipline start to drop. And so when we're looking at our students now and looking at the social emotional needs, we take into many things that factor in. So we're looking at the office disciplinary reports for that school. We're looking at social emotional learning. We're also looking at the social economic level and things that are going on in those areas, and how can we be proactive with our prevention and intervention to move these kids on, but also, like I said, expand that skill set and tool belt for our teachers. So yes, we do have some targeted schools in place.
Dr. Gupta?
So based on what I'm hearing, this could be a good target for using the CARES money, right? Because I hear the word pandemic from Ms. Brown, so this looks like is an outcome of the pandemic, the need for this. Am I correct in my assumption?
Yes.
I would say both. I mean, I think, yes, there is some need because of the pandemic, but Dr. Gupta, there was also data prior to the pandemic that some of these positions, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, were in last year's budget, and they were pulled because of the decrease in funding. And so some of this is pre-pandemic and both pandemic needs. So we see the data pre-pandemic, but we're also seeing some needs that students are exhibiting either social emotional or online behavior when they're participating in remote learning or in the classroom. And while our classroom discipline referrals have decreased this year, we are still seeing a need during the pandemic. So I would say both. It's pre-pandemic and pandemic.
Correct.
Dr. Gupta?
You know, we have 3 experts in this area on our board, Ms. Evans, Ms. Morrison, and Dr. Carter. So I'll look for whichever direction they want us to go, and I'll follow that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Harvey, I don't know where you stand on this matter, but I know you and other board members have emphasized the need for discipline and getting things in order. So I don't know what these positions speak to it. Do you want to weigh in on this discussion, Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, yes, I was the one in support of these last time. I was in support of them last year when they were on their budget. You know, when you talk with the individuals in the school, with our staff within the elementary schools, you know, these are positions that they can use to help support them. When we use the term classroom management, let's put that in perspective. That's when a teacher is having to address a disciplinary issue within the classroom, which distracts away from educational time. Having these coaches can help the teachers themselves with their skill set to help with classroom management and making better use of the time by hopefully handling an issue before it becomes a habitual issue with a particular student, but also trying to address that student's needs at an earlier stage. That's really what we're talking about. I mean, I would love to say that the addition of these behavioral coaches could help eliminate disciplinary committees that we have later in high school. I think these coaches could be a benefit at an early age to help our staff as well as help our students to deal with behavioral issues at an earlier age and help prevent you know, a lifelong behavioral issue that detracts from a student's ability to learn and be engaged in the classroom and not distract their fellow students as well. So I've always been in support of this. This is something that I've heard from the school systems themselves, the people, you know, boots on the ground saying this is one of the things that they need. So I'm in strong support of this.
See Ms. Morrison nodding her head. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. So unless there's someone who wants to say something else or an objection, Dr. Sinha.
Yeah, I support it too. And I would hope that if these positions do go through, that we have some measurements in place to look at their impact and value added. I know I was very concerned what seemed like an escalation of just explosive emotional behavior on the part of students. And I don't know what was causing that, whether it's just our social angst or what, and this is all pre-pandemic. But we had incidents that are drawing 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9 teachers and personnel to help manage it and break it up. And so anything that we can do in a preventative to get early intervention, teach students coping and anger management skills, and support our teachers because they're there to teach. And you know, hopefully help with some equity issues and cultural misunderstanding, implicit bias, those kind of things that can play into the way discipline and referrals are made. So yeah, I wholeheartedly support these moves, and I would really support tracking their impact because I would hope to see a pretty noticeable impact on things.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sinha. Dr. Nilles.
Yeah, I certainly support the addition of the coaches at Bass and Desi. My questions on the 2 additional behavior coaches, are they floating among the entire division? If they are, what's our existing coverage in terms of behavior coaches? And just, well, not really as an aside, but I do, if these do get funded, I think it's really important that we track the data and show that there's a real impact for everybody.
So Dr. Nilles.
Well said. Director Brown?
Okay, so Dr. Nilla, currently we have 3 behavior coaches that are at the middle school level. And then we have 1 behavior coach at one of the elementary schools. So the future plan is for the division level elementary staff, we would utilize them just like with the social workers when we need additional coverage. We would assess the needs because we work closely with the principals in the schools and the counselors. And we would deploy those staff to those schools to meet the needs of the principals at that time. And Mr. Rich Ferguson is actually my BCBA that's over top of all of this, and he coordinates with the special education BCBA, Brian Myers, in meeting the needs both for general ed and special needs students. So we would use that same approach. We would work with the principals, we would review data to make sure that we are meeting the need at each of the levels. If additional assistance is needed, we always pull together as a team to meet the need, but also having those crucial conversations with my supervisor, Ms. Pugh, based upon data that we are seeing at the time. And when we asked for the 3 behavior coaches for the middle school, we provided data at that time. And we will have data to report out also as well in terms of the effectiveness or the things that we need to grow for the coaches that are in place now, but also once we do, if approved, hire these coaches on as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm thankful that everyone has raised their questions and hopefully you've gotten the answers you need. Let's not hear any objection. I think that's a go, Dr. Edwards.
Okay, thank you. All right, continuing just through the ones that were mentioned last week. Number 29, the athletics, and that is the part-time athletic director at EC Glass. And I believe in the last, or maybe the one before, the weekly update, I provided some stats about the number of teams, number of students, just so you could get a perspective. A question came up as to if there was a need for a part-time athletic director at Heritage High School at this time. So I did provide a little bit of data for that. And this was supported by Mrs. Evans.
All right, Ms. Morrison. Ms. Morrison.
Director, and I thought Mrs. Evans was thinking it was the athletic trainer that we were looking at getting part-time. Ms. Evans?
She's asking
I
about.
appreciate the additional information.
Susan, I'm struggling to hear you.
When we were at Dunbar, I thought you were talking about this being an athletic trainer, not an assistant athletic director.
I think we need both. I think Glass desperately needs an athletic trainer and they need an athletic director part-time. When you're at that school and there are sports going on in all the different places that are EC Glass and how many sports teams they have, I worry for both of those positions, and I'm not sure we adequately fill either completely.
Well, I am very much aware of the activity that goes on with the athletics at Glass, and I would like additional information before I support this.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Stating a need for additional information. Anyone else?
I agree with Ms. Morrison. I think more information is needed in terms of the trends in the number of athletic teams, how many students are participating.
As of this point, I'm hearing some reluctance of the board. And so, Dr. Edwards, could you
I thought there was some information that was passed out that related the number of additional teams and athletes at EC Glass with respect to heritage. I can't find it at the moment.
It was in the weekly update, and I'm trying to pull it up as
Have
well.
it. Do you want me to?
Yes, if you can
I
share.
do. EC Glass has 6 additional sports. They have 120 to 150 athletes that are participating in these additional sports. They have 12 to 15 additional coaches to oversee the additional sports. The EC Glass athletic director is required to cover between 30 and 48 home games for these additional sports. And the athletic director must plan the additional team seasons, which are 70 to 84 home and away games. So this doesn't include playoff games, district, regional, state. So there are a lot of extra hours put in by the athletic director because of those additional sports at EC Glass that are not at Heritage.
So this number of teams have gone up in just last 1 year, or that has been a trend? That's what my question was. What is the trend in last 4 or 5 years in terms of the number of teams at Glass?
I'd have to get that data. Dr. Gupta, I did not ask for the trend of both, and I'm assuming you want both schools.
All right. So let's look deeper into that, Dr. Edwards, and come back with that information.
Okay.
The board can-
Absolutely. I will bring that to the work session.
Thank you so much. Ms. Evans?
Can I say one more thing? I think that's great that we can look at the more information, but I would like to just publicly acknowledge that there are 6 more sports at EC Glass with this many more games to schedule, and just want to say that I recognize that, and that's a hard job that's being done. And I just want to make sure, just because we're saying we want more information, we're not saying we don't see you and don't recognize the work that's being done, because I think it kind of comes off that way, and I don't want that to come off that way to anybody. That's it.
So noted, Ms. Evans. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Excellent point. All right, Dr. Edwards.
I mean, myself. Okay, still going from last week's list is number 31, the safety risk manager, which I think was supported by Dr. Carter.
Further discussion on that in terms of support? I see heads nodding.
So I feel this is a vital position, because this position could have been in play to make sure that everyone was following all the protocols and that no person or groups are being left out or being exempt from anything. And it also will help with consistency with our protocols and safeties and drills and whatever else we need for security.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Carter. Anyone in objection? All right, then I would.
Yeah, I have a question,
Please,
Dr.
Ms.
Coleman. I just am curious as to who has done this in the past. If this is a new position, who's been doing this?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Edwards.
A multitude of folks have been doing some of this, and some of this would be a little new for us in terms of just beefing up some of our safety and security protocols. You recall when we started some of our lockdown drills, we actually had an incident at EC Glass where we locked down at night, and we needed to really talk about protocols with that. So some of it used to be under our old structure with the deputy superintendent. But I think Mr. Gatsky is on as well, and he can speak a little bit more to some of the other aspects of this that we might not have had the depth in.
Yes, good evening. So a lot of it has been done basically through the facilities department as far as OSHA regulations and compliance. Some of it's been done through personnel or human resources as far as training. Some of it has been done through student services as far as SROs. Some of it's been done through finance as far as workman's comp and our liability insurance and things of that. So it's been up to this point, it's been a lot of people involved, but nobody has had any kind of central responsibility. And that is one thing that has concerned us for a while, that there's no one that is taking a look at the total picture for the division. When we brought this up to the our agent or representative for our workman's comp coverage, she was very excited that we were considering this position. She felt that this was something that we have needed for a while. Also feels that somebody that is looking out for the whole safety and security program for the whole division would probably bring down the number of our workman's comp claims. So like I said, it's been a number of people have been involved in this over the years, but no one has been, like I said, kind of handling the whole thing for the division.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gasky. All right. Anything else on this? I sense that the board is beginning to tire, Dr. Edwards. You can't go right ahead.
I do too. So I am being very mindful of that, and I had ambitious goals just to get through page 2
Yes,
of tonight, with some holds on page 2. So there aren't too many more on here that I think tonight might be exhaustive. I do want to go back to 2 on page 2 that we did not discuss, but are still, and I'm in the school realm. I'm looking at things that are possibly as close to kids as possible on this page. Number 25, the English language learners teacher. And I do believe that Dr. Jordan earlier in the school year provided you with some data about the number of ELL students that we had. And then of course, number 26, the school counselor at RS Payne. If we could get those 2 done, then we can call it a night and put the rest of it on the work session agenda.
Okay. All right, feedback, please. Dr. Carter?
I know that just in the readings that you're seeing that I'm seeing that a lot of the English EL students are really impacted by this remote learning, and that they're seeing more significant gaps in learning since the pandemic for that group. And also for the school counselor at RS Payne, I think that's needed now, where I think students will need more support than ever before. And so I'm for both of these.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Additional comments? Do see heads nodding?
Yeah, I have, if Dr. Jordan's on, if she has the data available, could she kind of give us a sort of quick synopsis of the increase in number of ELL students, and just to give us a little context? I mean, we've heard it before, but it's always good. We get a lot of stuff thrown at us, so a little reminder is always helpful. I appreciate it anyway.
Very good.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. It's my first time talking, so I just wanted to make sure that you needed something, but I've been here. It's not necessarily the increase in number, Dr. Nellis. We're still holding steady around 200 current Ls. It's the fact that we're 200 over 16 plus buildings, and we have 9 teachers right now, and the hybrid and remote combo has really done a number on trying to support these very vulnerable students. And I will say the whole time I've been in LCS, so that was since 2018, our number is holding steady, but the increase of newcomers has been really significant. So a newcomer is a student that's new to the country and or scores low on the screener or the WIDA access test at the end of the year. So a newcomer is just beginning to acquire the English language. So we definitely have needs. We have 9 teachers in base schools right now with some of the highest percentage of L's, but then you've got some buildings with 5 or less, and we have teachers traveling itinerant travel there. So the need is great for this very vulnerable population, like Dr. Carter just said. Does that help?
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. Thank you, Dr. Nilles, for the question. Dr. Gupta.
You know, as I said last time, and I'm seeing that now in business, we call it a position creep. You agree to one and then the next position and the next position and the next position. And as I said, right now you got CARES funding, you can use it to fund these positions, but what happens 2-3 years out? We'll be basically going back to where we were. I don't want to see it option on the table that stop the step increase to fund those positions. And once you hire somebody, you cannot let them go after 2-3 years because the funding was only for 2-3 years. So I like to see a financial model, a long-term sustainable, and I'm using the word long-term sustainable financial model to sustain these positions beyond CARES funding. When the CARES funding is gone, what is the division's plan to keep this money coming in?
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for your comments. Anyone else? All right, then I would suspect, I'm not clear on what we are saying. Dr. Gupta, I heard what you said. Dr. Nilles's question was raised and answered. Dr. Edwards, do you need to respond to anything that has been said relative to this matter?
Absolutely, and I totally agree with Dr. Gupta. As a public institution that does not generate revenue, I can never give you a sustainable anything. Even for positions that we currently hold, if we were to add not a single new position, if you're asking me what will revenue look like in 5 years to support even cost of living increases that may occur for existing staff, I would be in a pickle trying to plan for that and give you any kind of guarantee that says, I am very sure that 5 years from now, we would have the exact funding needed to support the current staff, much less adding any additional staff. It is just the way that our public schools here are funded, Dr. Gupta. And I know sustainability, it worries me too, without being able to generate any revenue.
Dr. Gupta?
And I understand, but the problem is right now we know that we can feed certain number of family members in our house. That picture is clear. But it is fair to add additional family members to this family, knowing that we may not be able to carry them through beyond 2-3 years. And that is my concern, that we're bringing them on board, not knowing whether we can carry them or not.
And again, Dr. Gupta, you will not get an argument from me at all. I 100% agree with you that if we just stay with our current budget, our current needs, our current students, and do nothing else, that is all we can feed. And even in 5 years, we won't be able to feed them because cost of living will go up, raises will go up, there will be a need to increase. We face that year after year after year. And each time that we build a budget, particularly when we build it on level funding, your thought process is exactly where we are. And at some point, we need to really look at what do our kids need and decide what kind of budget are we building? Are we building it based on the needs of our children, and are we willing to ask for what our kids actually need?
Dr. Gupta?
You know, when I came on board, Miss Morrison was the chair, and she was sort of graved in my brain the word wage increase, wage increase, wage increase. She was very passionate, and I'm assuming she's still passionate. And my fear is that, are we going to take away food from our current family members to feed the additional family members? You know, I'm using all these semantics, but that is my fear, because we'll like to sustain the increases we have started this year in future for our current employees and not regress back on that. And until I see that, it makes it very difficult to add any additional positions.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. There are some great thinkers. The Nevers, that's the last name of that great family, talked about felt needs. I think we're trying to address felt needs right now, real needs that are in front of us, and see what the impact is. But all of the comments are well taken. What is the pleasure of the board on this? I'm not sure as to what we wanted to do on this matter. Is there any objection to those positions continuing, at least for now, for consideration? Hearing none, then Dr. Edwards, you can put a not very strong yes to that.
Okay, I got a strong maybe.
Strong maybe, yeah. Okay.
All right, so that's enough of budget for tonight. We will pick up with budget next at our work session, and I'll try to get answers to you prior to the work session, so you will be able to have reviewed them and then come prepared to discuss things.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards, Ms. Laconich, and your entire team for the countless hours that's put into trying to get this to us, and each board member for your ongoing input. And of course, this will come back before us for full discussion at our work session later in the month. This will now move us to item J, new business, in which we would like tonight to take care of item 1, operation policies for discussion. And so the floor is open for that. Dr. Edwards?
Absolutely. So we had the FOIA policy on, I think a couple months ago. And one of the things that we were charged with doing was writing the regulations for the FOIA policy. And we worked with Ms. Spinner, who is the FOIA officer, along with Ms. Towns, the attorney, and a whole bunch of folks to put forth what tonight you have for your first read is the policy, the regulations, the form, and the roles and responsibilities with regard to FOIA.
Okay. All right. So this is for discussion. Is there any discussion tonight? Dr. Nilles.
Just, I just want to be clear, because we've had to comply with FOIA all the time. This is just now really formalizing it into a policy, school board policy format. It's been on our website. That people wanted to make a FOIA request. This is just, and that's a good thing, I think, to make this formal. So I just want to make sure that in fact is the case. I'm not under or over speaking it. So
that's my understanding. Dr. Edwards?
You are absolutely correct. We had policies in place, and when VSBA does an update, so do we. So this was a review and then adding of the regulations, which sort of gave the stepwise procedure that we use. We just captured it in writing to put on our website for more additional information.
All right. Any other discussion? Otherwise, this matter will come back before us. Is there anyone who would want that to be on the consent agenda, or we can just leave it as it is for right now? All right. I'm seeing some agreement with that. Could be pulled if necessary next time around for that, Dr. Edwards, consent agenda. All right. We will now move to item J2, which is our elementary English textbook adoption. And this is coming for action tonight unless there's any board members that would not be in agreement with that. And so Dr. Edwards, if you would.
Absolutely, and thank you for saying that, even though it is up for action for discussion, and we'd be happy to move it back if necessary. And I have Dr. Jordan and Ms. Courtney Bennett here tonight to kind of talk through our literacy process in this elementary textbook adoption. So I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Jordan and Ms. Bennett.
Thank you, board. I'm going to read a little bit more than normal, full transparency. I'm recovering from COVID and I definitely still have COVID brain, and so is my entire family. So we're about a month out, but it has been a not so enjoyable experience. We got a puppy and COVID at the same time, and I would recommend the puppy. So this topic relates to 1.2.1 of the strategic plan. I like to go back and tie things into where we wanted to be a few years ago, where are we right now? And this was to increase the percentage of all students passing reading assessments. We were talking about SOLs then, but now that we've had COVID, I think we should think about any sort of data that we have on reading, including PALs, formative assessments, just anything we can do to grab assessment results on our students. So in that same strategic plan item, we mentioned develop and implement a K-5 balanced literacy plan, working with a consultant to train administrators and teachers, and to implement some on-site coaching and training. So we are well on our way to doing many of those items and have been for over a year. So going back to the textbook process from last year, LCS conducted a formal K-5 textbook review as outlined in the policy IIAA. In March of 2020, we brought to you a textbook item for information. And we were recommending the purchase of Benchmark Advance, and Benchmark Advance was from the state approved textbook list. This was up for action in April of 2020. You all remember what happened in mid-March. It was like the world shut down. And I think of our lives as educators as pre-COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. So you were going to hear an action item in April. Schools closed across the Commonwealth. We focused on continuity of learning in the choice boards. We then pivoted to think about return to learn in the summer. We had a robust task force known as the Dream Team. We had a subcommittee on pre-K through 2, and somebody named Courtney Bennett volunteered to chair a subcommittee, and little did she know what was going to happen when she volunteered to chair a subcommittee. We had another subcommittee focused on grades 3 through 5. Eventually they merged to really think about elementary school as a whole. During this Dream Team process, and I'm giving you the history here, I don't think that there was any rock that we didn't turn over in LCS. We looked at everything. We thought about every process because we were really reinventing school. You've done it too over the last 11 months. We've had to think differently about everything that we do. So various teams reviewed historic data about achievement gap. We looked at everything about literacy and LCS. Literacy was a need before the pandemic. It is a need during the pandemic, and it is something we are going to address immediately. Courtney's going to tell you a little bit about the trends that we started to see this fall when students came back to us. So I'm going to mute myself, which I should do a lot more often, and let Courtney talk about data, and then we'll follow up with some needs that we see.
Good evening. So as you know, literacy instruction is so important to students at all levels, but especially at the beginning of their reading career. And we know that early literacy instruction is vital to the success of all readers. It's an area that most of the time during the day, both virtually and in person, most of the time is spent on. According to the fall 2020 PALS data, and PALS is an assessment that we use in the state of Virginia. It's done 3 times a year, and it shows the knowledge that the students have in the area of phonics and spelling and reading comprehension. This data this time showed us that student scores in our division on average are showing that our students have a percentage or several percentages higher of deficits. Our students are identified more than the average students in the state of Virginia in the areas of phonics and spelling and in reading. So the trend has been the same the past several years. The percentage of the higher percentage that we believe is probably this time due to the summer learning loss, having the extended summer, and also for our K-2 students missing the end of the year. And that time that they missed in the classroom is so critical because of the skills that are taught for literacy at those grade levels. This is our base literacy program. So the K-2, the literacy skills that we're teaching in K-2 are teaching our children how to read at the younger grades. We're teaching them through phonemic awareness, through phonics, through decoding skills, the vocabulary development. And then we switch over to our 3 through 5 students in elementary schools. And this is where they're starting to be expected to read to learn. And here they're working on the skills that continue the vocabulary, work on their fluency and comprehension. And we all know that this is what's important in order for our students to be lifelong readers and lifelong learners. So missing important parts of literacy instruction will only increase the gaps that we're having in the reading deficits that we're seeing. In order for our students to have a strong background in literacy and a strong foundation, we need a strong intervention program that's going to help fill in these gaps. Something that is simultaneously being used as a prevention program and using the strategies that are going to ensure the beginning readers that we have, that they have a firm and solid foundation that their model will build on as they progress through their educational career. The science of reading is ever changing, as we all know. We've seen the pendulum swing from one side to the other, back and forth over our years of education. But the research right now that's being done is looking more at how the brain works and how it's working when students are learning to read. And what the researchers are finding is that the brain is, or they're looking at where the reading is being used in the brain, or where the brain is working when the reading is happening. They're also looking at the areas of the brain that they're seeing the reading difficulties develop in. And they're also looking at the brains of good readers and how that the variance there is being shown. And what's being found is the students that are presented with programs that have multisensory approaches in learning to read using their different modalities for learning are really starting to activate the brain more. And those areas of reading are developing a lot faster. So using the multisensory approach, showing the students reading at or on grade level, those percentages are going up. Another thing that we also know about good reading instruction is that when it's systematic and direct instruction, the scores and the successes increase. This must be done daily and consistent with the 5 components of reading instruction being done for all readers. A structured approach has also been shown to be effective for all types of learners with the varying styles of learning and the doing that they're doing in class. Our teachers in Lynchburg City are doing that. They're being trained in these multisensory approaches and models, and they're finding great success in their students' progress as a result of these strategies that they're using in the classrooms, in their small groups and in their whole groups. So, and the teachers that are using them are both classroom teachers and our reading specialists, across the division are using these strategies on a daily basis.
Thank you, Courtney. I know that Dr. Jordan is jumping back on. Her computer died. all of a sudden she disappeared and I was like, where'd you go? So Dr. Jordan is working furiously to get back on either via her phone or another device at her house, because I know she has some additional information to share about the proposal and moving forward.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Pugh, for that. And thank you, Ms. Bennett. That was informative. Dr. Edwards, if you could maybe advance us along while we're waiting.
Certainly. Do you want, when you say advance along, you want to go to the next topic and then come back when Dr. Jordan comes back?
No, I don't want to go to the next topic. I was just knowing maybe you had some further insights.
Okay. Absolutely. So as Ms. Bennett said, the process has been, we used in terms of just selecting the books. There is an option to not use something on the state website. That seemed to be a question as to whether or not we have to select one of the items on the website, and you don't. The board just has to be in agreement that that is what they want to do in terms of other things. I will say a lot of the training that we've done excuse me, has been in Orton Gillingham, which is a quite expensive training. And we started with just a few folks, and then more folks and more folks, and our teachers really enjoyed that training. And thank you to both the CNI department and the special ed department, because I last year the SPED department also contributed a lot of funds to make sure that our teachers were trained in those strategies, and those strategies line up nicely with the selection of the Foundations program that the CNI department is bringing forward. We've also had our consultants that have been working with our schools. They did some more intense work in 5 schools, as you may recall. Last year, pre-COVID, they were down here teaching in the classrooms with the very kids that the teachers had, modeling lessons for the teachers. And we continue to do a lot of that work virtually when the pandemic hit. And they are also in support of the coordination of both this literacy training and choice that supports both Orton Gillingham and Wilson, as well as the Foundations program going forward. And Dr. Jordan has jumped back on, so I hope I didn't steal her thunder.
Oh my goodness, what a time for my computer to crash. So I'm joining you by phone and I am so sorry. Tell me where we are and I will pick up from there.
Well,
So
go ahead.
I just shared about the Orton Gillingham training that all of our staff have had, how that fits nicely with the Foundations program and Wilson. Also the work that we did with the consultants pre-pandemic, and then the work that they continue to do virtually with our staff. And just that it's a holistic investment. We can choose items that are not on the state list. It just requires that the board is on board with doing that. And that's pretty much where I got, Allison.
Thank you. So I think the point is we're asking for a non-traditional approach in a very, in a very different time. Nothing that we are seeing right now is anything that we've ever gone through before. So the tiers of instruction, we should be reaching about 75% of our students in LCS with tier 1 instruction. We're not seeing that at all. And we would like to use more of a tier 2 approach, which is a much more intensive approach with our classroom instruction. Just like Courtney said, to prevent in the primary grades, to prevent any gaps, but also to intervene in the middle of elementary and upper elementary. But we feel that this is so urgent right now. And we've taken a people over programs approach in the first few years of rolling out the literacy plan. We want to make sure that we are valuing our students and their needs. We want them to be lifelong readers of authentic text. And we want our teachers to know much more about the science of reading instead of following a prescribed program. We are working with the city procurement office on the possibility of a local adoption. And we would like your support in doing what we feel is of the utmost urgency for our readers in Lynchburg.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jordan. Between you and Dr. Edwards, before we open for discussion, you all are asking us for what specific action so that the board can know what their discussion needs to be geared around. What specifically are you recommending us for action?
So the board generally approves all of the textbooks and almost everything that we've brought to you in the past, if not everything since I've been here, has always been on the state approval list. This is a different type of approval. You're still approving the use of a program for literacy in the foundation's program, but it's not your traditional hardcore basal textbook that you would be approving in this case. And part of the reason for approving it is because we do want to use our textbook funds to purchase the materials that we need, which, you know, we had those textbook funds in our reserve account. They roll over in the fund balance. They sit there until we're ready to purchase a book or a program. So that is what the board that is what is up for discussion and possible approval tonight if the board feels so.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Thank you, Dr. Jordan. The floor is open for discussion. Dr. Carter.
So is this like supplemental text? I see a lot of it, especially like the Wilson one is more, they're really looking at gaps or how they can be more preventative to help students not get so far behind, or if they are behind, how to get them moved up. And then one's talking about singing while you're reading, which is pretty interesting because sometimes you can learn a lot through singing, especially kids that like to sing. So is this like supplemental textbooks that can really help and where some of the others may not? And it seems very inclusive. They're talking about trying to get different genres and also different cultures and everything like that in it. So it seems pretty inclusive, which is always good. And also are all of these, we're looking at every one of these or some of them?
Courtney, do you want to take some of that? It's more of a multi-sensory approach to reading instruction. So it would be the program for Tier 1. I'm sorry, now I have a child coming in the room. It would be the program for Tier 1. But it would be used in more of a prevention for the younger grades, intervention for the upper grades. And Courtney, did you talk about the multi-sensory approach based on OG?
I did. So yes, it is. I mean, traditionally it is for a Tier 2 approach, but we would like to use it for a Tier 1 for everybody to do the prevention and the intervention right now that is needed in the city.
Thank you. Dr. Carter, are you satisfied with the responses?
So this will be used in support of the other reading textbooks.
It will be used in substitution. We do not want to purchase a traditional reading textbook program.
Further discussion. Dr. Nilles?
Yeah, I guess my initial concern about this particular item and with it being for action tonight was back in March, there was a textbook that had been reviewed and evaluated and selected. And now almost a year later, you know, COVID, maybe it's 7 years, I'm not quite sure, but now we're being asked to approve a different program, but I'm not seeing any basis for how this was selected other than kind of the ad hoc discussions that we've just had. I was hoping for a little more formal, like a little, I don't know, from my field, you get some kind of summary write-up that would justify the shift in plans. If nothing else, just so from a history point of view, somebody 6 months from now can say, well, why did we do this? You know, and so that's what I was kind of hoping to see, or at least get some explanation along that way. And I mean, anyway, I'll stop.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles. If there could be a response from Dr. Jordan or Mr. Bennett.
Yes, and as Dr. Edwards opened, if this needs to be for discussion or more for information tonight and come to the board later, we want to move forward thoughtfully based on data that we have right now, but we know it's a major departure from what we were thinking almost a year ago.
Is there any board member that would have any
So
objection?
what I guess when I need some justification or something behind it. I mean that's a pretty big switch to go from sort of standard textbooks to now we're just going to go through interventions, essentially.
Can I jump in for just a second?
Absolutely.
I also think we have to keep in mind that there's different leadership in place than there was this point a year ago. And so those that were leading in terms of looking at a textbook adoption to support reading, from my perspective, if we are going to go with the recommendation that was brought forth to the board a year ago in March, I think it's sort of, we would be sticking with the status quo, and we'd be getting what we always got. And we've, as long as I've been here, I've been hearing the board concerned about achievement gap and our students struggling in terms of learning to read. And so I think with different leadership in place, looking at our needs pre-COVID and also our needs in during the pandemic that Courtney just addressed and Dr. Jordan has addressed, I feel like this is the shift and change, that this is based on the science of reading, the amount of time and effort and investment that we've placed into the science of reading through Orton Gillingham and the training that our teachers have, that these two, that foundations and for pre-K through grade 3 and then just words for grades 4 and 5 will really support our students in terms of that prevention and intervention that we haven't focused on before. And for me, Dr. Nilles, the change is the change in leadership and the realization that we can't stick and do with what we've always done, because if we do, we're going to continue to get the results that we always got.
And I appreciate that, but that even more strongly reinforces my opinion. There needs to be a little more formal justification presented to the board for this. I'm not disagreeing or saying it's wrong, but it's
and certainly I certainly understand that. And as Dr. Jordan said, we would love for this to take action tonight, but if you feel like we need to write something up with some justification and some data and supporting, we can certainly do that and bring it back to another meeting.
And Ms. Pugh, I would like to add, we were on monitoring visits with the VDOE just last week with two of our elementary schools are in monitoring status for achievement gap issues. And when the principals presented their literacy plans, including Orton Gillingham, the VDOE representative's eyes lit up. And that doesn't happen very often. And she said, wow, you are using a tier 2 intervention in a whole class environment. So this is something that is endorsed by the VDOE, but it's endorsed more for tier 2 small group pullout. So it would be very non-traditional, but it would be more intense than what most people do with the program. We would use the data that we're seeing currently to even purchase the materials. Courtney, I don't know if you want to speak to what we're seeing in some of the grades like second and third grade. We know that we'll need to go back and reinforce some of the primary skills, the foundational skills, even as students are getting into upper elementary. So we would use it to really, really focus on student needs and not offer like the whole group prescriptive approach like a Basil would have done.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. And what I'd like us to do, I think Dr. Nelson's points are well taken. I think I saw Ms. Evans' hand up at one point, and then I know I see Dr. Harvey. If Ms. Evans does not have anything, then we will go with Mr. Harvey and then Dr. Carter. Go ahead, Gary. Oh.
I'll yield to Belle.
Belle, I'm sorry. I didn't know if I saw your hand up on this matter. Belle, I didn't know if you wanted to speak to this matter at this time.
Sorry, my computer was about to die. I had to run go get my charger. I understand where Dr. Nellis is coming from with justification. I can understand that. The teacher side of me is thrilled to hear this and is very excited about this, that you would get that level of support in a whole group classroom for reading. I think it's wonderful. I understand wanting more information, but the teacher in me thinks it's a fantastic idea.
Thank you, Ms.
Could y'all
Evans.
hear me?
Yeah, we heard you. Very good, Ms. Evans. Mr. Harvey.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I did get to follow Ms. Evans because she summed up very well what I wanted to say. But I also wanted to add that in Ms. Bennett's presentation, she clearly stated the data that I needed. I mean, she talked about we are having declining results over years. So sort of that status quo that we've been doing has not been working. And now what they're proposing is something that's different, that might be a little bit out of the ordinary. We are truly here taking a risk because it's not something that the state has put on a list. But sometimes you need to take a risk like this. And it sounds to me that this is a risk that they have done plenty of research in looking at and see the benefits of how it can impact our learners right now during COVID. You know, we are in a different education environment than we were a year ago, and I support their ability to go out and look for alternatives to work for our learners. And so, based on the information that I heard them, and I appreciate Dr. Nillis's concern, but I feel pretty comfortable with the presentation that I've heard tonight that I would be willing to move forward with approval of this initiative.
Mr. Harvey, are you prepared to make a motion to that end? Otherwise, I hear Dr. Carter.
I have a comment to make.
All right, then we're going to hear from Dr. Carter, then Dr. Gupta.
From just what I've read about those books, they seem very, and it even says interactive. And we also use multi-sensory, but I would like some more information also. But they do sound really great. But my question is, and you may have answered this, and may have dozed off or wasn't paying much attention, but what makes them so much better than what we already had? Is it the multi-sensory, and I don't understand what Basil is, and neither do I understand the tier 1, tier 2. So that I would like more information on that, what the, using for tier 2 instead of 1, so I can really grasp. But the books look, the systems or the program, whatever the books are, they look like they would be very informative and the students may enjoy them.
I'll do my best to explain this, and then I'll fall on my backup, Courtney, and she's had to be more of a backup tonight, so I owe her a huge apology. These are different in that they are typically used in small group pullout settings, like for a Title I setting, or when you know a student is multiple grade levels behind. So I wouldn't say they're better, Dr. Carter. They're different. They're based on current research, evidence-based strategies. It is very different from a basal approach, but it's also different from a prescriptive approach where there may be lesson cards and teachers are to follow exactly what lesson cards say to do with the students. This is going to be training up our teachers in the science of reading using OG, and we have hundreds of teachers already trained this way. But having materials that are differentiated, and if you feel like a student learns in various modes, then you're going to be able to find those modes that work the best for the students. Courtney, do you want to talk about some of the ways, like the sand, or I don't know what would help at this point, but just the ways that Foundations and Orton Gillingham would use the different sensories.
Sure. And I wanted to clear up your question, Dr. Carter, about what is a basal. A basal is the traditional book that everybody gets, that is typically, if it's a third grade book, everybody's reading the same story, and for 75%, that might be a book that's on the right level, but for the other 25%, it's way too hard. And so it's more of everybody gets the same prescription, just kind of like if you went to the doctor and you had a cold, but they were going to give you the same medicine that they gave somebody who had an ear infection, it wouldn't do any good. So that's kind of what a basal is. And this one is more tiered. That if you need medicine for a cold, you're going to get that. If somebody else needs it for a sore throat, they're going to get that. It's really a prescription that is going to be individualized for the students. It's more differentiated. And as far as like the practices they use, they're writing in sand. When they're writing with a crayon and a piece of sandpaper underneath it. So then they can go back with their finger and trace it and feel it and touch it. I was in a training where we're spelling words, but we're having to stand up and you're tapping your arm, you're moving things. She had us doing silly, like you're trying to spin your fingers in reverse ways and things that, just aren't traditional in a classroom, but it's things that the research has shown that that's what children need. That's what their brains need in order to ignite the learning process in order to be able to read.
Thank you.
Dr. Jordan or Ms. Bennett, can you just very quickly, briefly explain the 3 tiers?
Sure. Yes, I'll do that. I think
intervention.
Is that when I cut out, Courtney?
It was.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
So response to intervention is a popular thing that we talk about in education. So it's, if you can picture a pyramid, so wider at the base and narrow at the top. So response to intervention has 3 tiers of instruction. The bottom, so the base of the pyramid, is the tier 1 instruction. Everyone gets that. And you should reach about 75 to 80% of students with solid tier 1 instruction. So that's what every LCS student is getting. And tier 1 instruction can be teacher selected, it can be programmatic. So tier 1 is just talking about the instruction that everybody gets. Tier 2 is that next layer that's narrower, and even the experts about RTI will argue about how many kids are supposed to be in that tier. So picture 15 to 20% of students in that next tier. That's typically been small group pullout, tutoring, it could be remediation, it could be, Courtney, help me out here, even Title I services, just traditional ways that students who are not quite getting it in the classroom get something extra on top of it. So tier 1 and tier 2 go together. If you're a tier 2 student, you still get what you're getting in the classroom, but you're just going to get that extra intervention. Tier 3 can be something totally separate, and that should be around 5 to 10% of students. It is a really prescriptive intervention program. Lots of folks would use things like LOI, or if you've heard us talk about intervention program we have at 2 of our middle schools, Read 180. That's a tier 3 approach. And when you talk about the tiers, you're trying to intervene in every way possible before identifying students for special education services. And special education is way out of my lane, but I will say that we can do a much better job with tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 interventions that are aligned. And hopefully we will not see an over-identification of students in our special education services. Courtney, would you add anything to that? Or did I do an okay job?
I think you did a fine job.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. Dr. Gupta, if you would like to make a point, then we're going to move this matter on in sensitivity of time, even though this is an incredibly significant matter. Dr. Gupta.
I just wanted to make 2 comments. If I respect Dr. Jordan's professional talent because she's been trained by the best. A lot of people don't understand my comment, but I truly mean it because she's trained by the best. So I truly believe in her professional judgment. So if she supports it, I'll support if a motion is made. Number 2, I want to request the chair, some of, actually I'm under the COVID, so we are already 4 hours into this meeting and the body is not what it used to be or was there in the last meeting. So if you can keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Gupta. Very well stated. At this point, I think that Dr. Nilles has reasonably indicated a need for further information. At the same time, I hear many board members suggesting that they have received information. And so is there a motion on the floor at this time for us to act on this tonight? If not, we will bring it back for discussion at the next meeting. Mr. Harvey.
I would be willing to move for us to act on this tonight. I think that we all agree that we have the experts here at the table. As I've watched the screen, I've seen a lot of heads nod in support of one another on this program, and I'm prepared to make a motion that we approve the elementary English textbook adoption tonight.
And I second that motion.
And seconded by Dr. Gupta. The motion made by Mr. Harvey that we would adopt the elementary English textbook piece as presented, which will give them a non-traditional means, somewhat deviating from previous decisions, but so be it. Any further questions or discussion on this motion? Dr. Nilles.
I support the intent in general. I don't believe the board has enough justification to support it at this point. I will not support this motion. It's not that I don't believe it's not worthy or won't work, but it's certainly a big enough change. And I think administration needs to do the due diligence and do a legitimate write-up and put it out there for, I mean, I don't want to, all of us have been through school and with a lot of, oh yeah, this is the right way to teach this. A few years later, it changes. You know, you can go through writing to read and all the new math and all that old stuff. Phonics is out, phonics is in. No, it's, anyway. So that's where I'm coming from. I want to see administration do the hard work, write it down, put it out there for everybody to see. And this is a big, now, anyway, I support it. I support the intent, but I want to see the homework done. So if there's a vote tonight, I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, Dr. Nilles. Further discussion, Mr. Harvey.
I guess I'm a little bit lost. in that we have just sat here, I feel like, and we've heard what will basically be written down. Um, do we need to see this in writing in front of us? Is that what is that issue here? I feel like that the administration has put together a proposal. They walked us through it and explained this information to us and why they feel this way. I don't see where having them go back and put it in writing is going to provide us with additional information to warrant delaying this decision when we can be implementing this program, getting it started, and start impacting our learners sooner rather than later. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Dr. Nellis, would you want to speak to that?
Yeah, my comment is the material that we got with the board packet consisted of 3 web links to what I consider sales pitchy kind of stuff that was not helpful at all. Didn't justify why we're switching from adopting a textbook to the intervention approach. And I think that's a big enough change. It's not traditional, and you need to be formal about it. And enthusiasm counts for a lot, but you know, I expect to see some. I expect to see a serious write-up about this.
Thank you, Dr. Nellis, and I'd like to carry the motion one way or the other, but there's further discussion. Dr. Gupta, please.
I just want to make sure that people know we need to be a little bit empathetic. Dr. Jordan just mentioned she's been suffering from COVID for a month. So please keep that in mind when all these formality discussions are done. But I'll ask the chair, if there's no further discussion, let's put it to vote.
Call the question and no objection to that. All right, all those in favor, well, Madam Clerk, please call the roll, please, on this.
School Board Evans,
Yes.
School Board Member Morrison,
No.
School Board Member Carter,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Brennan,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Nellis,
No.
School Board Member Dr. Sinha,
Yes.
School Board Member Dr. Gupta,
Yes.
School Board Member Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
The motion is carried 7 yes, 2 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If it would please the board tonight, we've carried that matter, that J3, we would move to our work session. I think that you will find that very brief discussion valuable to us going forward. But I would like to move that to the beginning of the work session. If there's no objection, Mr. Harvey.
No, I was just going to offer a motion that we table item 3 until our work session.
Very good. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Harvey.
Second.
Been seconded by Dr. Carter to the motion of Mr. Harvey that we will table this until the next meeting. If there's no further discussion on the matter, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. That'll move us to superintendent comments.
Super quick, happy School Counselors Week to all of my school counselors who are awesome and fantastic. We love you and appreciate everything you do, not only for students and families, but even during this time of COVID, you have been a valuable resource for your colleagues. So congratulations to all our school counselors. Hopefully you've seen our school nutrition van out on the road, leading, carrying, and serving LCS. The van is out delivering meals to select remote-only families, which was part of an initiative from Beth Morris and team. So we're really proud of that. It's a nice, cute, colorful van if you get to see it. And real quick, this being the first week of Black History Month, I'd like to give us a quote from Cecily Tyson, which is so apropos for tonight. Challenges make you discover things about yourself that you never really knew. They're what make the instrument stretch. what make you go beyond the norm. And I think that sums up our discussion for tonight of what we were doing. So we're looking forward to an exciting Black History Month programs that we have. I do have a list of lots of things going on, which I will share with you electronically and not tell you all tonight because of the hour. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. We're now item L, board comments. Ms. Evans.
No, I just very quickly thank you to everybody in administration who does this every Tuesday with us, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Ms. Morrison. All right, Dr. Carter.
Just want to do a quick shout out to Heritage High Schools, the inaugural presentation, and I hope they're able to use it or to submit it for a showcase item if that's appropriate for the VSB conference in November. I know they're asking for different types of artwork and showcase pieces. Also for Mr. Rule's participation on the panel for Martin Luther King and the YMCA, and Mr. Parker for the donation of the coats for students. And just also, I don't know who's in charge of this, but the Southern Regional Meeting, they also have an art contest. So I hope our students, last year, I don't think our students submitted anything. And we really need our students to submit artwork because we have some very talented students. And I know Marie Waller used to do this, and I don't know what we need to do, but we'll get the information so we can make sure students can submit their artwork. And that's coming up shortly.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. Well said. Dr. Brennan.
Just a quick recognition for Grayson Arnold and Jaden Scott. They continue to do such a great job as our student representatives, and whichever one starts out the session, I always think the bar is so high and then the other one follows through. They've done such a great job. And also a shout out to the Beacon of Hope, who got a lot of recognition through their presentations about the great job and the great partnership they're doing in Lynchburg City Schools.
Thank you, Dr. Brennan. Dr. Nilles.
Yeah, I was going to say the Heritage video was pretty moving, and it really puts into content or contrast our isolation. Really got me. It's hard to do. And our student reps do a really good job too. It's great to hear from them.
Thank you, Dr. Millis. Dr. Sinha.
I have to agree. The musical presentation was just wonderful. Put a lump in my throat. And it reminded me that all these weeks I've been wanting to say thank you to the music departments for the holiday music that streamed. We've got some great cellists and violinists, and it was just wonderful. And every time I'd see it, I'd say, oh, I need to mention that at school board, then I would forget. So I really thank them for that. And it just makes me feel that there's so much that goes on in our schools that develops the whole person that isn't captured by the SOL test. And it's really unfortunate. It does a disservice to our students. It does a disservice to our teachers. And I'm really proud of what our students are able to do in our schools, academically, socially, athletically, and performatively, artistically, I should say. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. Dr. Gupta.
You know, I like to thank Dr. Edwards because nothing good happens without an excellent leader. So you always give praise to others. It's time to take some credit to yourself. So, and number two, I want to thank Dr. Coleman to be a pillar of support in the last 1 week. You've been a true brother, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Harvey.
Yeah, I also was really impressed with the Heritage presentation, and it makes me proud to be a pioneer. But I also want to give a shout out to all the teachers and band directors and choral leaders and everyone who worked hard to help develop those talents of our students and of our learners. our coaches, all of them, whether it's athletics, whether it's after school activities, whether it's choral, our presentations are awesome because of the dedicated folks that work with our students. And so, thank them. Also wanted to say I appreciate all of our members of the administration who have hung in there with us for over 4 hours now, and they are patient with us and work us through all of these issues and explain things to us. And I appreciate every single one of you.
Well said, Mr. Harvey. I would go last, and I would just want to say to each of you, thank you. This is 4 weeks in a row. You can obviously see there's a little fluff in our meetings, and there's a robust discussion about very important matters, some of which we're tackling for the very first time. So we're mavericks. And I'm just want to let each of you know how appreciative I am of each of you and for our collective work together. Recently, I did a eulogy in my family where the young child is left in need of support. And so there's so much that's going on out there. In interest of time, I had asked Dr. Edwards, and I thought that Ethel's piece that she put out, encouraging the faith community to get involved in helping to open their spaces to help tutor and work with students is so vital. And so since the hour is only a minute, but I'm not going to indulge you that we show it now, but please check that out. And thank you, Ethel Reeves, for the outstanding way you put that together. All right.
Welcome.
Yes, ma'am. All right. At this time, we will now move to item M, informational items. The Equity Task Force will be meeting on February the 3rd at 5:30 p.m. Zoom. The governor's school meeting, as was mentioned earlier, will be Wednesday, February the 3rd at 1 Zoom. The Law Regional Committee meeting will be Wednesday at 10 a.m. Zoom. The Legislative Advocacy and Community Relations Committee will be scheduled for Tuesday, February the 9th at 3:45 p.m. And Bill, we're looking forward to that robust discussion around the matters that we will talk about then. The next school board work session is Tuesday, February the 16th at 5 p.m. Finance Committee will be February the 23rd at 3:30 p.m. And then our next regular school board meeting will be Tuesday, March the 2nd at 5 p.m. Never a dull moment on the Lynchburg City School Board, lots of work. Is there a motion for adjournment?
Yes, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brennan. Dr. Brennan, the motion to adjourn, seconded by Sharon Carter. No further unreadiness. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Meeting adjourned. See you next time.